Anyway, I told Pandit I mailed a check and he writes back now with a with a namaste's um, signal.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Welcome to the Technology Summit. I'm Rob Irwin, Instructional Technology Training Coordinator. This is my remote coworker. His name is Giallo. A couple of quick announcements before we get started today. First, I would like to announce that we are streaming this live on YouTube. If our attendance today exceeds 300 people, the overflow will automatically be rerouted to the YouTube channel. And that is PB College, or PB State College, one word, PB State College. So if you leave and you come back and join us later, and we're at full capacity, you could be rerouted. So PB State College YouTube channel. A couple of people have asked me if we are recording today's sessions, and the answer to that is yes. These will be recorded and made available next week. So if you're going to miss any portion of today, we will have recordings. You can catch up on that. If you have any colleagues who are interested, you can let them know that these will be available later as well. So with no further ado, let me welcome our first presenter today, Palm Beach State College President, Ava Parker.
Good morning, Robin. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in the summit this morning. So it's amazing. I just heard from Dr. Russell, and I called to wish her a happy birthday because today is her birthday. But I also wanted to let her know that the legacy that she started with the Technology Summit is living on. That is, that it was one of the great things that she developed for our college-wide community because of her interest and passion for technology. And so I want to start by, certainly paying gratitude and support and remembering her and the great work that she did. For those of you who know her, today is her birthday, so please send her a text. But certainly it's nice when you work at an institution or work at a company and you institute good practices that live far beyond you. That's something I think we all would like to do in the jobs that we have. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Yohe and to Sid Beitler, and I've already said hi to Rob as well, but just for your leadership in developing the summit today. When I think about technology, I think that it has certainly shown us all that it is even more important than we thought it was before the pandemic. It is because of technology that we've been able to continue to provide services to our students, continue to provide opportunities for our staff and faculty, and even just continue to live generally. I think about my kids, who are fifth graders, and the fact that they were able to continue in school and continue to learn is because of the beauty and the value of technology. But what's interesting about technology to me, and what I think we have to think about as an institution, is we have to first ask ourselves is whether the methods that we're using now and the ones that we had to quickly adopt and adapt to based upon the pandemic, whether those methods are good for where we're going as an institution. And I think part of determining whether it is good for where we're going is actually taking some time to see whether or not what we implemented over the last year was good for all sectors that we're responsible to. So that's why I'm so glad that as a part of the program, you'll be looking at equity and technology, and really we can look at the data and ask ourselves whether in every instance, the way that we deploy the technology to keep the college going, did it work for all the sectors? I tell different stories, and when folks ask me about, how do I feel about what happened with remote learning? The first thing I say is that I'm amazed by the way that our community adopted and adapted so quickly. I know it's due in large part to many of the people who are on the line now. And just the support that we received to do that is just was really phenomenal. And I think we did something that we never thought we could do. For those faculty who had never taught any type of distance learning class, the fact that they could do that was amazing. For our back office team, in instructional technology, as well as in e-learning, the fact that you're able to make all this come together so quickly, I don't think you ever would have imagined you could have done it, but for the fact that we were pushed to do it. But one of the best stories that I tell as a student-related story is that when I listened to the student in Belle Glade who wanted higher math options, and he said that those classes would not have been available to him, but for the pandemic, because we would not have offered those higher maths via Zoom or via Teams or even in some hybrid learning style. But because we did, this student was able to take advantage of it. But then I also hear from other students who say things to me like, I don't like learning via technology or any type of remote learning, and I will only come back to the institution or come back to college when I have more face-to-face options. So that's why I'm so pleased with what we're planning for the fall. That is that through the leadership of Dr. Coleman Farrell and our academic deans, the idea that we'll have options for our students in different modalities in an effort to respond to all of those who are participating is really a great thing. So that's why the work that you're doing today is so important. This whole idea of really learning or really paying attention to how well all sectors that we're responsible to have adapted to the way that we are delivering the content is going to, is a real important conversation, because your work today will shape what we do in the future of the college. And then the second thing I'd say to you generally about the pandemic, and the one thing that has shown me, is that if you think about those people who lost their jobs, those jobs that did not come back, in many instances, they were hourly wage earners, but also just folks who had certain types of skills. And they were traditionally folks who did not have any technical skills. That is, that if you looked at folks who work in hospitalities or the companies that did not come back, or the ones that weren't able to adapt, it generally related to how much technical or how much technology or how tech savvy, that's the word I use, how tech savvy the company was and or its employees. So I believe that your conversation today is also very important when we think about ways that we're going to prepare our students to be competitive. So that is that maybe you're not an IT student, or maybe you're not looking to get an IT certificate, but we're going to have to find ways to ensure that our students also are IT savvy if they're going to be competitive and they're going to be available and employable in post-pandemic jobs. I think that we have to realize that and be kind of take on that responsibility and figure out how it is that we realistically, and you've heard me say this before, but how do we raise the IT IQ of all of our students? Because we so much care about them being able to get the job, as well as having the skills to also stay in the job and also get the promotions, because they have the technical skills to be successful. And then the third thing I'd say, and the thing that's most exciting to me about the work you guys will do today, is that I'm hoping that you guys come up with just amazing out of the box ideas. And I remember, and this is now I'm going into my 6th year here at the college. And I remember early on, folks thought that, we were at, a great institution, that we did amazing things, but that we were not as interested in being innovators, or not as interested in leading the way. That is not what I've seen since I've been here. I think that we've led the way in so many different areas, and IT is one of those ways. But I think there's even more than we can do. So I'm hoping that through the speakers that we have today, I'm hoping that with the dialogue and exchange that y'all have with each other, that you will continue to think of amazing ways and different things that we can do for all of our, for our students as well as for our staff. That is, how is it that we can deploy technology to improve the user experience for us as employees of the college, but also to ultimately better address the needs of our students. And then my last 1 minute, Rob, what I'd say is that this whole idea of a transition to Canvas, it's a big undertaking for us as an institution. But what I'm hoping that we will do is that we won't just take like a small teaspoon of Canvas and do just the baseline of what you can do in this new system. I'm hoping that we'll take like cupfuls, so that we're taking advantage of every aspect of what's in front of us. I wish I could tell you the number of times people will say to me, oh, oh yeah, we have this, this software or this application available, but we're only using 2 of the 5 things that we could do with it. And I think it's because so often we don't stretch ourselves to take full advantage of the opportunities that we have with the applications that we institute at the college. So what I'm hoping today, that when you have conversations about Canvas for everyone, it's not just about everybody learning the minimum. It's about everybody taking a deep dive and taking advantage of all that Canvas has to offer for our institution, both on the student side as well as the staff and faculty side. So thank you so much for making the time in your day to participate in this conversation. I can't wait to hear about the amazing things that you are going to gain from the engagement. And I can't tell you how proud I am. I just can't explain to you how proud I am to just be a part of an institution that will recognize the value of this kind of dialogue to better inform and engage our community. So enjoy the conference, and I look forward to hearing about what happens next. Thanks so much, Rob.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you, President Parker, for those words. We share your vision on what Canvas will do in the future. And we kind of look forward to kicking the conversation off today. When I worked with our e-learning and instructional design and technology teams, I asked them when we got together well, I think it was in February, what's our number one priority? What's one thing we have to focus on together? And they said, it's Canvas implementation. We feel we're so far behind the 8 ball. What can we do? And so we brainstormed in other ways that we can support faculty in this process. And they did a magnificent job in putting today's agenda together. So I'd really like to start out by thanking everyone on the e-learning team. You see them on the left with our leader, Sid Beitler, as our director. And then on the right, you'll see a list of everyone from our instructional design and technology team led by Dr. Mary Massey. This is a great team to work with. They work hard every day to set up Canvas. And more importantly, they collaborate on a great program today that we're very excited about. I'd also like to thank our faculty Canvas mentors who have worked hard this semester in providing webinars, discipline-specific webinars, and meeting with faculty individually. I've enjoyed going back and watching some of the pre-recorded webinars on the different topics. We have great teachers at this college, and here's some of the best right here that stand to help you in this big move to Canvas. This is a great opportunity for us. My previous college, we were one of the first ones to migrate to Canvas. It was a great leap of faith to do that 7 years ago when Canvas was a new product. But you might have heard me say before, it was the smoothest migration to any major system that I had in my career. Canvas is a great product, and we want to build tools and to make it a world-class learning platform for the future. So why Canvas and why now? Well, our college, under the leadership of Dr. Russell, did a really good job in evaluating where we are in the learning landscape with technology. And they made recommendations that we engage the college-wide conversations and decided to migrate over to Canvas. So this is a multi-year effort for us to get to this point. And we will be ready to launch Canvas in the fall and retire Blackboard. And so as we pause and take a look at the possibilities of the future, we'd like to raise the alarm bells and bring to everyone's attention, why not make Canvas available for every course? Every feature of Canvas will be available to every faculty member and student. The way we implemented Blackboard before, you'd have to pay to get certain access to certain tools in the learning management system. We've changed that model and have a proper finance model for e-learning now. So I'd like to thank the finance office for working with us to come up with a system to not only properly support financially Canvas, but the third-party tools that you'll learn about today. So I'd like to challenge our faculty as to why any course, no matter what modality, I don't care on what topic, hope that you have a course presence for your students, where your course can be on 24/7. Now, what have we heard from our faculty and our Canvas mentors? These are the features that they really love about Canvas. And I don't mean like, I mean love. And the feedback that I've been getting is even the calendar is so smart. Just the use of a global calendar. You can change an assignment by dragging and dropping it in your calendar, and it changes all the different assignment dates in the assignment area of the course. This is an intelligent LMS built from the ground up. And some of my favorite features, I have a lot of them, but is the student notification system. Once students set up their cell phone information and a preferred email address, they can choose how they will be notified in many different areas. So if you make an upgrade to the textbook and one student wanted to get a text message and another student wanted to get an email, Canvas manages that all in the background. I really encourage you to take a look closely at the notification features of Canvas. But there are many other great features, and like you'll learn more about today about Canvas Tier 1 support for faculty. So one of my favorite features, again, is called Canvas Commons, and I want to give you a quick peek on this. And on your toolbar, you'll see Commons. It's circled in red here on this screen, but you can search on any topic, and then you can filter by grade level. And even if once we build up Palm Beach State assets in here, you just can search on Palm Beach State only. But if you type in critical thinking, you'll probably find something that you can easily add right to your Canvas course. This is a great opportunity to share with our adjunct faculty and others that might be using it. If you develop something that's really, really good and you want to share it with the Canvas world, you can easily do it here in Canvas Commons. That's unique to Canvas, and it's easy to do. Content is king when it comes to good, robust learning, no matter what modality. And Canvas Commons makes that much, much easier for us to share and to collaborate. Our teams have been working on hard providing third-party content tools into Canvas. It's easier than ever to add these tools to Canvas, so it's a seamless experience for faculty and students, including Kaltura. We want you to learn about Kaltura. You should store your videos on Kaltura. It's much more efficient. It's a video platform, and not necessarily upload all your videos into Canvas, but they can easily be linked. You'll learn more about Flipgrid and how that can increase engagement in your class. Nearpod we'll be using today, and I'll show you a little bit how you can get started with Nearpod. And we've heard from faculty and how they want students to be able to submit their assignments easier electronically, and Gradescope will help you do just that. We heard from math faculty saying, you know, the math editor in Canvas, it's okay, it's really not good enough. Can we find something else? And we did. And hopefully you'll learn about that today as well. An important feature is with any mode of instruction, but in particular with any type of remote instruction, and that is maintaining academic integrity in our courses. And how can we do that? And so our e-learning team and advisory committees have done a very good job in taking a look at plagiarism prevention systems, and we're landing on and Turnitin is the best in class in this space, and you'll learn more about it too. So it's just not for English classes. There's great resources in Turnitin for us to use. And we're working very hard to make sure that we get that integrated by the start of classes in the fall. So today, for every session coming up here, you can participate live. So if you are on the YouTube channel, you still can go to Nearpod. So on your mobile phone, or if you open up another tab on your browser and go to nearpod.com and /join and enter the code that you see on the screen, you'll be able to join the back channel today. And so that's where you can chat. That's where we'll be throwing up polls that we plan throughout the day to gauge the temperature and get your input on certain issues as we cover them throughout our many sessions today. So with that, I thank you for joining us. Like Rob said, this is going to be recorded so you can view it later. So if you did want to go back and share with colleagues a certain segment, you'll be able to do that easily in the future. And so later in the day, as we wrap it up, I'll be back with you to share vision and how you can get involved with the e-learning agenda as we plan for next year. So with that, I'm very pleased that you're here. I'll be monitoring Nearpod and chat rooms throughout the day. So if you do have any other questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Yohe. This is Sid Beitler. Good morning, everybody. We have now Nick LaRocca that's going to briefly introduce the Canvas Readiness Program. So Nick, can you just jump in on this, please?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you? Can everybody hear me?
Can you get the frozen thing?
Yes, we can, Nick.
We can hear me?
We can, Nick. Thank you.
If you might say hello. I want to thank the administration for asking me to do some brief remarks today. I'll be quick. Obviously, I have to take the kids over to school, so. But I'm very heartened by what's happening here. I think this move to Canvas is going to be phenomenal. I'm also very pleased at the stipend money that was bargained by the union and agreed to by the administration regarding the move over to Canvas. This is a significant amount of money. And I think it allows our faculty to feel that the work that they do is going to be rewarded. One of the opportunities I want us to take, Dr. Yohe talked about this, President Parker talked about this, I'll say the same thing, is I want our faculty to consider that this is an opportunity to enhance the classes they may have already created, or to move to a different modality. And there's two separate types. And I think what you're going to see in the presentation with the opportunity you're having is that those folks who already have been teaching online like me, I've been doing it longer than a lot of the people in the room have been here. I think this is my 14th year at Palm Beach State. I think I've been teaching online for 12 years. The move over to Canvas is going to give me an opportunity to re-up my classes, to change the way in which, hold on one second. Yes, Isabel? In a second, let me just finish this, okay, and then I'll get it for you. To change the way I deliver ENC 1101 and ENC 1102. Specifically, I'm going to remove some of my discussion questions and replace it with a complicated quiz based on a reading or a video from out there in the in the public domain that hits the third and fourth spots in Bloom's taxonomy. This is something I've wanted to do for years. I've always felt that my courses have too many discussion questions in them. At the time I created them, there weren't nearly as many opportunities out there for learning as there are now. And so I'm going to use the chance and the money I'm getting to do that. And it turns out I'll teach one last course this summer because of the money that we're getting. And I hope the administration is heartened by what they see in the faculty, both last year in terms of the professional development work the faculty did and this year. And I do hope as faculty you take advantage of this opportunity and we start to move in the direction of being a more modern institution. One of the things that I think has held us back compared to other institutions, President Parker mentioned it herself, is our desire to innovate or at least keep current. You know, we're as Dr. Yohe said, his school he left implemented Canvas 7 years ago. So we need to catch up. And one of the ways that we can catch up is by professional development for our faculty and our staff. And I hope that the administration continues to support professional development, both philosophically and compensatorily. I want to thank Sid and his team for the extraordinary work they did during the pandemic. I mean, you guys were amazing. Sid personally handled many issues, which is unheard of for a person at his level. I really appreciate that. And I know that, I hope that he gets, how can I put this, the staff he needs to make sure that as we move into the 21st century and the way we deliver education to students, that we have the support we need as faculty, and he has the staff he needs to help support us. So with that, I want to thank Dr. Yohe, Dr. Coleman Farrell, President Parker for their support for this initiative and their philosophical desire to make sure that faculty and staff have continuing education opportunities similar to those at the other colleges around the state. And thank you so much for having me, and good luck to everybody, and enjoy the discussion. Take care, everyone.
Thank you very much, Nick, and please drive carefully. With that, what I'd like to do is mention just a few facts about the program, the Canvas Readiness Program. I know that some of you have still many questions, so please also feel free to just send me an email if you need anything clarified. But real briefly, let me just share my screen with you. So as you know, this handout has been sent out, and it's available also on a link on our website, but it has been sent out by Dr. Yohe a couple of times, so you should all have a copy of it. If you do not or cannot locate it, please just let me know and I'll send you a copy of it. Let me just also say that this certification is completely different from being certified for courses to be able to offer them for instruction, as we have been doing for many years now. So a couple changes have happened. As Dr. Yohe mentioned, we are making Canvas available to every course that we instruct. So whether it's fully online, hybrid, live online, or face-to-face, you will have an unrestricted, fully functional Canvas course to accompany your face-to-face instruction. And so we have made some changes in the certification process. As you know, all these years for you to instruct with a Blackboard course, you needed to have that course certified at all 3 levels: online, hybrid, and face-to-face. We have dropped the face-to-face certification requirement, for we have also dropped any kind of fees for students for the component, as we used to call it, the face-to-face support sites. So as it stands now, please, if you have a brand new course that has never been certified in Blackboard for either fully online or hybrid, please request your certification as usual. Just email the e-learning department, tell us which course in Canvas is brand new and needs to be certified. And then we will do that certification for you. It has nothing to do with this Canvas readiness certification. This is different. The Canvas certification program is really taking into account that the transferred courses from Blackboard have to be restructured and adjusted to be able to be delivered in the Canvas environment. And so this is what this program is about. We ask you to take one of your courses, and the one you select should be based on the hierarchy of fully online, if you teach fully online courses, if not, a hybrid course, live online, or component. So at the highest level or hierarchy, whatever courses you're going to teach in the fall, select one of those courses and apply these principles to it. Basically, what we're looking for you to do is to make sure that the course is ready for delivery, for instruction in the fall. And so we have prepared for you some resources that will facilitate that process for you. If you do not know Canvas functions, the features of Canvas, we have a course available to you in Canvas on how all of these features work. So that's the first course listed here, Growing with Canvas Faculty Training. Work your way through that course. I highly suggest, if you do not know Canvas well, to take the time to work your way through it, for it's going to save you a lot of frustrations and a lot of time learning these features on your own. The second course we have available to you is how to convert your Blackboard course. And this is almost crucial for you to review. There are 4 major modules that take you step by step what you need to address in that transferred course. We have highlighted all the features we know that need some attention, some more than others. And some of you may not have all these features in your courses. However, it is crucial for you to review them carefully. I can't tell you how much I've seen faculty struggle so far with some basic concepts, like assuring that all the links in their courses are functioning properly. So there's a module in this course that explains how to run the link checker, and that really checks every link in your course and provides you a direct path to the page where that link might be broken or is broken. It'll check for that. So it is really worth your while to go through that course carefully and address all the issues or all the concepts we list for you in those 4 main modules. We also provide to you the faculty corner. Really, it's not we, the e-learning, that provides that. It is our faculty mentors that took on and volunteered for assisting faculty members within their own disciplines to help them with some of the questions, some of the best practices, discussions, and so on, in order to facilitate that process, not just making the course ready, but also instructing in Canvas with the best possible practices that they will explain to you, and they will highlight how they apply to your specific disciplines. And then we have the Canvas Readiness Elective Activities course, which explains the electives that we ask you to choose. We ask you to choose one of the electives and apply them into your Canvas course. So I receive a lot of questions about, well, how do I record that I have done all these trainings and that I have participated in the faculty corner? So let me just tell you, you do not need to record those activities. What we're looking is the final product, and that's your course, and having that course ready for delivery in Canvas. And what we look at is those same concepts that we explain in those 4 modules in the course, How to Make Your Course Ready. And so if you review those principles and apply them, then you will have a product that meets the certification standards, and you will be obviously approved to receive that compensation, the stipend. So we have some standards we want you to also keep in mind, and those are the certification standards. So basically, please review those and make sure that your courses still apply. But again, all the certifications that you received for all your courses in Blackboard apply in Canvas. You do not need to have these courses recertified on these certification standards. You need to meet the Canvas readiness in order to do that. Here is the list of the electives. and you can choose just one of these and apply them or all. There is a short little form that's going to ask you to let us know where that elective was applied. And so when you're ready for the course review, just please fill out the form here. There's a link at the bottom of this document. Fill out the form, and then we will review the course for you and notify you as quickly as possible with the results of that review. With that, I would like to open it up just briefly. We have another 5 minutes or so for any kind of discussions, questions that you might have about this, so I can address them right away here today.
So we have a good question in the chat room. Like, I prepared my Canvas course. I think it meets the certification standards, but I want to create a welcome video for my course. Should I wait for when I create the welcome video and put it in my course to submit it, or can I submit it and then add my welcome video later?
So your welcome video would meet the certification standards of the elective. You'll notice here that we have 4 different electives for you to choose from, and an introduction video is one of them. So I would say make your video, apply it into your course, and then you have met the elective. You can also choose to develop a FibGrid video discussion. You can choose to use Nearpod, or apply some library resources. And all of these electives are explained by following the links here in this document. And most importantly, going into this course that explains them in greater detail.
So another good question in the chat room: how will these certifications apply to adjuncts?
So the same principles apply to all courses. We realize that you have more than one course that you need to get ready. And I know the full-time faculty members through the union have negotiated the stipend that provides them the opportunity to learn Canvas and receive a little stipend for that. I know Dr. Yohe is working very diligently on some kind of a process for the adjunct faculty members as well, but it has not yet been identified. So Dr. Yohe, can you add something to that?
Yeah. I mean, it took a lot of heavy lifting to get the certification program for full-time faculty. When you kind of calculate it, folks, it's going to be over $1 million commitment by the college. And so when we kind of take a look at the financial situation of the college, I'm scrambling to try to come up with something. I can't faculty that'll be $3,000. What I hope kind of happens in this process, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, when I was a full-time faculty member, I always shared my courses with adjuncts that taught the same courses and encouraged them to change it if they wanted to. But why have the adjuncts start from scratch? Now, I know there's some adjuncts that teach unique courses for us, and they're the only ones that teach the courses. There's no full-time faculty develop a course, but I would say a vast majority of our adjunct faculty do teach courses already developed by a full-time faculty member. You know, it kind of breaks my heart. I can understand it. I don't want to get into debate today, but when I hear, you know, well, some full-time faculty don't want to share their course because they feel like adjuncts are taking away an overload from them. You know, I just hope we get this community of sharing and share alike. I can only speak from my experience. And again, I don't want to push my values off on anyone else, but I always supported the adjuncts any way I could. So, you know, we're trying to identify the funds to do something for our adjuncts. That's all I can say. We got a lot of balls in the air too, so it is a priority for us.
Thank you, Dr. Yohe.
Yeah.
One question I do receive a lot is, well, what about if I need to or want to build a new course? So obviously, yes, you may. As a matter of fact, on that form we ask you to fill out when you submit for this certification Canvas Readiness Program is a little checkbox that says, I also need the standard certification. And please, once again, you only need to certify your courses for the online and hybrid modalities. So if you build a new course in Canvas, you do not need to just convert an old one. If you build a new course, then just build it out. Please still follow the same process that we ask or we highlight for you in this course. For this will also, there's also a module on how do I build a new course. So you follow those instructions there and then ask for kind of a dual certification, if you would certify the course based on the online or hybrid certification standards like we have always done. And then also, obviously, then you would request the Canvas readiness certification to receive your stipend. So you can do that as well. Any other questions?
Another question in the chat box. For the departments that already have department-owned shells in Blackboard that got converted over to Canvas, who does the fine tuning so they are organized correctly and ready to go in the fall?
So for templated programs, and that really applies mostly for the bachelor degree programs and all of them, those templates are being converted by the e-learning team, and faculty members are about to, we're almost there, receive access to review them as soon as they become ready. As always, it'll be a view-only access, but we will manage these templates as we have always done, and Laura Bassett will be the person to contact if anything needs to be modified in those Canvas templates for the bachelor programs. We do have several other templated courses, but those are usually managed by the departments themselves. So the AS nursing program, the automotive, the cosmetology, I don't know, there's a couple others. So those are being converted by what the department has identified as a template manager. So for instance, Alan Bohan is doing all the automotives and all the cosmetology and so on. So please speak to your department if you're working from templated programs that are not for the bachelor degree programs. Those the e-learning department will handle. Any other questions, Dr. Yohi? I'm sorry, Dr. Yohi, you are muted, so we can't hear you.
How much will students pay to take live online courses? Will the extra fee dissuade students from registering for live online?
So I know there was a lot of discussion between our vice presidents and our president at the president's cabinets and all of that. So the new fee structure for fully online courses, it remains at $12 per credit hour. At hybrid, it remains at the $35 flat fee. For live online, the fee was set at $10, just like we used to be for component. However, we dropped all the fees on components. So the $10 fee for the live online courses is really meant to offset the costs of the webinar software, as well as for partially for some of the Canvas costs as well.
Yeah, hopefully that won't prevent a student, just a $110 flat fee per course. Hopefully, but you know, we've got to get revenue to support all these different systems that we have and the staff at the college. And it's the only way we can do it, really, financially.
If I just may add, you know, we have never dissuaded students for any reasons. I think students are understanding that when they receive the ability to do things remotely, they're more than willing to pay a small fee for that. I mean, just look at all the years we charge for components, yet students never said, well, I will not take a course that has a component site attached to it. So I also personally don't believe that it's going to be any kind of a negative impact.
Right. So here's another question in the chat room. If you're an adjunct that was asked to build a fully online course from scratch and have it taught from the onset, working on the Canvas transfer, can you be eligible to apply for the Canvas Readiness Grant?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Once again, the grant or the stipend, if you would, is offered to full-time faculty members. I don't believe currently we have anything in place for the adjunct faculty member, but once again, I know Dr. Yohe is working on that really, really hard. Did that answer the question?
So what are adjuncts compensated in any way if they develop a course fully online from scratch?
So the only compensation for developing courses is if these courses are developed for templated programs, such as the BDP program. So those faculty members are compensated when they develop the course. The course is then is transferred, the ownership is transferred to the college, and then the college is able to go and distribute that template to any faculty member that needs a copy of it. We do not at the college compensate faculty members for creating their own courses. That just has never been the case.
One last question before our next session. Will the courses be available to students 48 hours prior to the start of the semester?
Yes, they will. That is already programmed into Canvas. Students will have read-only access. They'll be able to see the courses, but not participate in them, meaning they won't be able to go and take any exams or post any assignments or anything like that. They will also have a 10-day after the term ends, read-only access, so they can still go in, check their final grades and so on. With that, I thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Yohe, for helping out with the questions, and enjoy the rest of the day.
If you would like to go over into our Nearpod, you should see a poll that you can participate in. And it asks you to just identify the academic discipline that you participate in. The poll will be available for 1 minute. And as you all look at that, I'll go ahead and get started with my presentation. I've been asked to present on moving to Canvas, instructor presence, student engagement, and assessment techniques. And I am excited about this because as we move to Canvas for every course, we also have a chance to bring instruction presence, student engagement, and assessment techniques to all course modalities. No matter how the course is delivered, we can allow students to, I'm having trouble with my PowerPoint slides. You'll have to excuse me. Just 1 second, and you guys hopefully are still working on the poll, so I can get, I'm gonna stop sharing my content for a second and see if I can get a better handle on these PowerPoint slides. Okay, I may just have to go with the showing them on a partial screen. There we go. What what having Canvas in every course allows us to do is have equivalent experiences across all modalities. And if you'll go ahead and look at these two images, it's hard to tell which student might be in a face-to-face course or an online course or a live online course, because as our ways of teaching have changed over time, even before the pandemic, our students have actually become more similar, how they interact with content and how they interact with instructors. Canvas for all courses allows instructor presence, whereas we might have had instructor presence that looked like this second image, which was always face-to-face, right next to each other. The pandemic has shown us that this is not possible, and I don't know that our new normal will make this as common as it used to be. Instructor presence is starting to look more like the instructor reaching out from behind the computer interface and drawing and making their presence known to the student and welcoming them from behind the technologies. Student engagement, no matter the course modality, students can start to feel like this image, like they're buried in overwhelming amounts of information. They don't know where to go next. This could be a face-to-face student. This could be a live online student, a hybrid student, or a fully online student. And sometimes those students begin to feel like they are in the shadows, and they really need for the instructor not to wait for the student to reach out to them, but for the faculty member to engage the student. Our students really are humans, they're people. And having taught online myself, I know that sometimes it can be easy to get in the midst of the semester and start seeing those assignments to grade and the places where students become grades to give, and they lose that humanity for us, especially when we're behind that wall of technology and not seeing their faces regularly. And as far as assessment techniques go, having Canvas for all courses makes formative assessment really easy for all courses. Even those courses that are face-to-face can have formative assessments in Canvas that students can engage with independently. And the importance of formative assessments. In this graphic, we see that they offer guided practice for students. They adjust instruction they allow you to adjust instruction on the fly. And they provide a snapshot of learning while it's happening. It allows the instructor to check for instructions, and it can guide for the instructor that future instruction. The second image, you see what it can offer our students. Formative assessments allow students to know how they're doing frequently at many points along the segment of the course. And this is important no matter whether we're teaching face-to-face or whether we're teaching fully online or somewhere in between. We don't want our students to get to that point where they're realizing it's too late in the semester for them to catch up on knowledge or skills that they may have missed. And allowing frequent formative assessment or making that available in Canvas can work wonders for our students' ability to find their way to success. Now, we've all seen these four connections, interacting with their students by name, scheduling one-on-one meetings with students, checking in regularly with students, and particularly this one, the practice paradox. In the last bit of this presentation, before I allow for some questions, I don't want to go over time. We could talk about many technologies. You see in my background behind me that there are several technologies listed. And I could talk about ways that each of them could meet these things. I'm actually just going to focus on Flipgrid. When we want to interact with our students by name, sometimes we don't see them, often enough face to face in the classroom, or in an online classroom. It's difficult when they're typing to remember who they are. Well, Flipgrid offers that sort of no-brainer opportunity, especially at the beginning of a course, in that getting to know you discussion. There's the student's face, you hear the student's voice, you see the student's name, and you naturally make that human connection with the student. You start to remember their name, you remember things about them. Scheduling one-on-one meetings. Sometimes scheduling one-on-one meetings can be difficult, whether classes again are face-to-face or fully online, because our students are so busy. Our students aren't available when our office hours are happening. Well, with Flipgrid, you can have a face-to-face discussion that is asynchronous. A student can ask you a question, or you can reach out to a student and say, hey, I noticed you were struggling with this particular concept on that last quiz. And you can do that as an instructor when your time is best available to do that. And then the student can respond when their time is best available to do it. And it's not that typed email or typed discussion message that can sometimes feel a little cold, be misinterpreted in its tone, and be off-putting for a student. They can see the concern, the kindness in your face, in your voice, in your gestures, and be met with a real sense of your willingness to help. Checking in regularly, again, it's very easy to make a short video and check in with the student. And we're going to move on to talking about this practice paradox. Structuring a course clearly, communicating your expectations regularly, and then being reasonably flexible when students come to you with their concerns. And the question is how? Again, I would offer Flipgrid. Flipgrid allows you to reinforce concepts. It allows you to regularly state your expectations. It allows you to get feedback from students. And then we come to that paradox. How do we resolve it? Students quest to change their lives through education when they come to us for learning. And they need us to be partners in that learning. Students can't not be changed. We are teaching the students that we have. I know I have been, as an online instructor, sometimes in that place where I'm wishing I was teaching the students I wish I had. But we have to face that we are teaching the students that we do have. But with tools like Flipgrid, we can be present and engage our students no matter when, no matter where modality we're using. A paradox cannot be solved. I guess that is the nature of a paradox. However, no matter when, where, or which modality, with Canvas for every course, we can bridge a gap, we can break down barriers, and we can meet our students when and where they are. So we have about 2 minutes left. The actual next activity related to this presentation in Nearpod is a Padlet sharing board. And the Padlet sharing board asks you to share ways you include instructor presence, student engagement, and assessment techniques in Canvas or in Blackboard, or ways you plan to use it in Canvas. And I encourage you to go in and double click the surface of the visual corkboard and add your input. And if there are any questions, please type them in the chat. And we have 2 more minutes before we move on to the next topic. Nearpod. Oh yes, Time to Climb is a great way to get students engaged. A course welcome video is an awesome idea. Yes, it is. It reaches your hand out from behind that technology. Exit tickets, Nearpod, Padlet. Using quizzes through private chat. That's an interesting one I hadn't thought of before. Video posts, wonderful. Well, I'm going to allow you guys to continue to, to add to that Padlet. You can come back to this Padlet and view the entries or add more of your own. I'm putting a link to it in the chat, and I'm going to send it back over to Rob.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Let's welcome our next presenters from the CTLE, Ira Rosenthal, Dr. Emmanuel Alvarado.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Emmanuel Alvarado.
And I'm Ira Rosenthal. It's such a pleasure to be here this morning.
And we'll go ahead and get started. In line with the theme of this summit, our presentation will highlight the way in which selected Canvas tools support the pillars of instructional excellence. We will briefly highlight each pillar and note the way in which Canvas can support the particular pillar that we're talking about.
As many of you already know, the 6 pillars of excellence, they are manage, assess, know, engage, include, and thrive. These provide a set of criteria that all PBSC professors are expected to achieve ultimately as they continuously fine-tune their craft. And you may recall that these criteria were established by seeking input from all faculty and then compiling the suggestions into 6 categories, which we now call pillars of excellence.
And we will begin with the manage pillar. The manage pillar refers to the way in which we administer resources to create a positive learning environment and promote student success. And as you can see, specifically goal 1.6 of this pillar asks us to use the college LMS for the most basic elements of class management, which are attendance and gradebook. And in relation to this, we would like to point your attention to 2 tools in Canvas that can help you with attendance and with grades. And that is roll call and the what if grades tool. We'll begin with the roll call. To add the roll call feature in Canvas, you have to enter the course in which you would like to add it. And please click on settings. After you click on settings, please click on navigation. And once you do that, you will find in the items that are hidden from students, you will find attendance, and you have to actually drag it up to the active menu of the course. And then once you're done, please don't forget to click save, otherwise it won't save that change. Once the attendance is actually active in your course menu, if you click on it, you will see this menu. And as you can see, eLearning kindly added our colleagues Lister and Warren to my course's students. And if you click on that turning wheel on the right-hand side, you will see 2 options, the roll call settings and the attendance report. At the end of the semester, when we're asked to report attendance for our face-to-face or live online classes, you can certainly use that tool to report attendance. If you click on roll call settings, you will see this menu where it'll ask you if you do not want to count attendance towards your final grade. So if you don't, check on that. And if you do, just leave it unchecked, and it'll ask you what percentage of so in other words, if someone's late, how do you want that to count as a percentage of a presence? To mark someone present, you just simply click. There's two ways to do it. You can either click on that icon right next to the person's name, or if you click here on more, you'll get you'll get this display, and then you can just click on the check mark or on the X, depending on if a student was present, absent, late, or not counted or excused. And as you can see here at the top, you can see the little calendar in which you can select the day which you are taking attendance for. Once you add the roll call attendance, and if you have selected that you do want it to count as a grade in your class, it'll automatically appear as an assignment in your class. If you don't want it as an assignment, you can easily create another assignment group. You can call it attendance, as I have here, or you can, if you choose, just leave it under assignment. But in either way, it'll show up in your grade book, and it'll look like this. And students can then see their attendance, how their attendance is going throughout the course. And this is what it would look if students go into their grades page. They will see a detailed report of their attendance that looks like this. Another important tool in terms of the manage pillar is the what if tool. A frequent question I get, particularly at this point in the semester, is what do I need to get on the rest of my assignments to earn an A, B, or to pass the class? So Canvas has actually addressed this student need through what's called the what if tool. Students can access this tool through the grades page area. So if you go to if students go to their grades, and you can see this yourself if you go in under student view and then just click on grades. Once a student, and here, you know, in the grades page, you'll have a listing of all your assignments. Once a student places their mouse over a particular assignment that they haven't completed that's upcoming, they will have the option to enter grades for those assignments, what if grades for those assignments. And that way, they can calculate how their grade would change if they got a specific grade on the remaining assignments. So for instance, as you notice, I gave myself excellent grades here on upcoming assignments, and you can see how that changes my overall score. And it's important to tell your students that once they're done with gaming out different scenarios in terms of their grades, to please click back on revert to actual score so that they can go back to what their grade actually is.
All right, next, I'd like to talk a little bit about the assess pillar. So the assess pillar is all about creating and implementing assessments that measure how much students have learned and guiding them towards improvement through meaningful and targeted feedback. This pillar also highlights the importance of aligning the lessons and assessments with course learning outcomes and utilizing a variety of assessments that lead to more equitable outcomes among student populations. The specific pillar outcomes that we'd like to highlight today are constructing and implementing formative assessments and providing useful feedback for students in Canvas. So let's take a look. Just another quick word about formative assessments. So again, assessments at its best goes beyond measuring what students have learned and helps promote students' understanding. So formative assessments are perfect for that. These are typically low stakes assessments that have low or no point value, just like Mary already mentioned in her presentation also, that they are done frequently throughout the semester to show students their strengths and weaknesses and what they need to do in order to improve. And they can be a great tool also for faculty to gauge students' understanding and to tailor the instruction based on students' needs. So some types of formative assessments that we can use in Canvas as well as feedback are, for example, quizzes where you actually preload the feedback. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. Creation of minute paper using what is called as practice quizzes. And there are so many ways you can create a minute paper, right? So that would be one. We just want to highlight the practice quizzes tool a little bit also today. A peer review, as well as SpeedGrader being another excellent tool to provide detailed feedback for students. And we'll look at the first three up there due to time restrictions. So to create a quiz in Canvas, you would click on the left on the quizzes tab, and on the right, click on the plus sign to create a new quiz. And from there, on the tab, you'll see 3 tabs. On the details tab, this is like your settings tab in Blackboard, quiz settings. So you would basically choose the options. Here we're choosing 2 attempts because we want students to see the feedback and use it and then take the quiz again, and we'll take the average of the 2 scores. So let's go to the next one. So then you would go to the question tab and you would add a question. And here you would add a title and a description of the question. And so when you get to the part where you're writing a question, as you're putting the answer choices, so you will see these little boxes, the green and the red boxes. So basically, this is where you can enter specific and targeted feedback. You can put at the question level. If you put it at the very bottom of the screen of that question, it'll display when the student submits it. And if it's wrong, it'll display one of those feedback options. And you can also put it at the answer level. So specifically, if the student, let's say, selects answer C, then this is these feedback they're going to see. And yes, this sounds like a lot of work perhaps, but once you create this kind of database or a test bank, this can be an extremely valuable tool for your students, which you can use for many semesters. So here's what it looks like on the student end. So a student gets a question, answers it. And so the first, so what you see there is in the first one there, the feedback was provided, student picked the wrong answer. This is the general feedback for the question. And let's go to the next one. And there you will see, okay, if the student picked specifically part C, which is 2/3, clearly in my view, student did not use a quotient rule, then they'll get that little response. And especially when you've taught a course for a long time, we tend to know exactly what kinds of mistakes students make. And if you put those in the answer choices and then include the hints about them, that could be a really great learning tool for the students. And the other possible formative assessment we can create is a minute paper. This is in the form of 2 essay questions. So we're going to ask questions to reflect on what they have learned that day and to write about what they found most interesting or intriguing or challenging. And maybe they can ask a few questions. So after the class, the instructor can go back and read those comments from the students. And one way you can create that in Canvas is you can just basically create a quiz. Let's see. And you can put the title and the description of the quiz and select from the choices the practice quiz option. So the typical one is graded quiz. So practice quiz, they can take this and they'll enter their comments, but they're not going to get a grade for it, and it's not going to go into the grade book at all. And they can add their questions in the form of a multiple choice question. Excuse me, in this case, it's an essay question. They're putting their comments on there. And so let's go to the next one. And then when it's time to enter, where are you going to put this? You can put it at the bottom of your module. You can directly embed these kinds of formative assessments as one of the activities within the module. And again, because it's not going to go to gradebook, where do you see their responses? So what you have to do is you have to click on that assignment, in this case, the minute paper, and then click on the 3 dots that appear on the right. And then there you can review the student results. And then next class, you're informed, you know where to begin, you know what questions to address. All right, let's go to the next one. And another form of formative assessment is a peer review, and Canvas makes this very easy and streamlines the process. Again, all you have to do is when you're creating an assignment for your students, let's say they're going to submit a paper and you want them to get feedback from at least 3 students in the class before you're going to look at it. So there's just a simple checkbox, require peer review, and then automatically assign peer reviews. How many people do you want each student to have their papers looked at? And you can also make it anonymous as one of the options there. You can just say, so neither the evaluators or peer reviewers or the person who submitted the paper will know each other's names. It can be done completely anonymously. All right.
Okay, moving on to the no pillar. The no pillar calls for faculty to remain current in their subject area, pedagogy, and course design and delivery. One of the ways in which we can stay current in terms of content and assignment is by using the tool that Dr. Yohe pointed out this morning, which is called Canvas Commons. Commons is a digital repository which includes things like assignments, lessons, tests, quizzes, and even entire courses. It's very easy to access it in Canvas. On your left-hand side, you would simply go to Commons. Once you click on that, you can, before searching, you can click on Filter. And as Dr. Yohe mentioned, there are different filtering options. And you can, as I said, look for assignments, modules, pages, discussions, tests, etc. And I just wanted to give you a couple of examples. I found a quiz on the Milgram experiment, and which of course the Milgram experiment is frequently taught in psychology and sociology courses. It's the experiment about supposedly using the use of shocking for learning purposes, but the real purpose of the experiment is to see how far people are willing to go in terms of shocking people just because someone is telling them to do so. And so faculty can easily import this activity. Once you click on import, you'll be asked which course you want to add it to. And then once you add it in your course, you can certainly edit it. You can remove questions, add questions, and so on. Another example I found was the mole lesson, which teaches students how to use or how to calculate molar units as a standard unit of measurement for mass in chemistry. And this lesson, you can't see it from the screenshot, but it has a couple of explanation videos and also discussion questions. Now, with regard to the engage pillar, now that we'll move on to that, the engage pillar is about getting students involved in the learning process and providing opportunities for their active participation. It's also about leveraging current and emerging technological tools to maximize their learning. And today we're going to talk about how Canvas can support us in employing active learning strategies and collaborative learning.
So there is a lot of research out there, and we know from personal experience that students indeed do learn more when they construct their own understanding through engaging with the material and with each other. And there are so many ways in which we can add some active learning components to our classes to increase student engagement. Some of those are listed on the slide, as you can see. And for this presentation, we'd like to highlight two tools that are getting a lot of use, a lot of repeated in this whole technology summit today, which are Flipgrid and Nearpod, but we're all hopefully approaching it from a slightly different perspective.
Absolutely. So we'll begin with Flipgrid, and as Mary Massey was kind enough to explain, it's a very interactive tool that essentially allows students to post their own video in response to like a discussion. So it's a way of doing a video discussion that is asynchronous. And it's been frequently used by speech professors and foreign language professors, but you can now fully integrate it into Canvas. So that students will be very thankful for that, because that's one less additional extra place that students have to go to complete an assignment. And it's very easily integrated into Canvas. All you have to do is you go to the settings of your course, and then you click on where it says apps, on the tab that says apps. And if you type Flipgrid, it'll come right up. And once you do that, it will ask you for what's called a consumer key and shared secret code. And to find that, you have to go into your own Flipgrid account. And if you go into account settings, you will find this icon that says Canvas integration, or this option that says Canvas integration. And you can generate a consumer key and a shared secret, and you will copy both of these items into Canvas. And that's how essentially Canvas links up to your Flipgrid account. Once you have it integrated, when you go and create an assignment, you will be asked for a submission type. And in that submission type, the options will be online, paper, no submission. And then you can also select this external tool. Once you select the external tool, it'll ask you which one, and you click on find, and then you will see your Flipgrid account listed there, and you can select it. And the next step is you can select to load. Step 4, select to load. This tool is a new tab if you want to or not. And then step 5 is just enter the rest of the assignment details and options. And that way, Flipgrid will be fully integrated, and it'll look like this. You know, it'll look like an assignment that's embedded in Canvas, so students won't have to go anywhere else to record their response to your prompt.
Great. And another student engagement tool that we can use in Canvas is Nearpod. And just to give a little bit overview of what Nearpod is, because not everybody may be familiar with it. So it's a way basically to incorporate activities such as polls, quizzes, post-it notes, games, and so forth into your lesson. And it gives instructors real-time insight as to how the students are doing and progressing through the course material as you're presenting it. And it has 2 options: live participation, which you would typically use in face-to-face classes, and student pays. You can assign it as something that can be done asynchronously as well. So you have some options also in terms of how you want to run Nearpod. Like you can drop on the, I think the one end of the spectrum, you can drop the entire PowerPoint in Nearpod, and then between the slides, you add the activity. So you run your whole lesson from Nearpod. And the other option is just to use the activities and do your lesson on the side, which is what I have been doing. So I just use typically a whiteboard type of software like Smart Notebook or even the OneNote from Microsoft. So, and then periodically I stop, okay, let's go to Nearpod and just, I want to see what you're doing, how you're working through those problems as the activities. So here's an example of a board that students, so as one of the questions, this is called, let's go back to the other one, please. So it's a collaborate board where you can ask students to respond to a conceptual question. And again, the nice thing about it is you get to see all the answers. So right there and there, you can address some misconceptions, or you can try to have some people convince the other people about why their answer is correct. But this way, we're seeing a lot more student participation than when we typically just look at chat or just a few people sometimes raise their hands. So especially you can also do this showing the names or anonymous, which I usually like to mix around a little bit from time to time, trying to get everybody to participate. So this is another example on the next slide. How you can use Nearpod. You can use a Droid activity. They actually can show you the complicated math equations. Pretty much, I want to see their their notebook or their results. And once again, it's good to see. So we can address common errors, we can try to, like, there's always certain things, and one student's mistake can help the other students so that they will not repeat the same mistake. And I've noticed that for my math colleagues, I have seen now Desmos is a possible activity you can drop into. So when you're adding your activities, one of the options is going to be Desmos. I've seen recently added there. And you can do so much more. So make sure to attend Professor Megan Tomei Jameson's presentation later this afternoon to see what wonderful things you can do with Nearpod. But in terms of the Canvas integration, so you have 2 options. And first of all, you would start similarly the similar way. I believe Nearpod is going to be already one of the options under the navigation. So you just have to drag it up if you'd like to have a tab on the left. And there are 2 ways you can incorporate it in Canvas. One would be adding it as an item. So you will go to modules and you will just add an item, and under external tool, you will select Nearpod. And the other one is adding it as an assignment. So when you're creating the assignment under submission type, you will select Nearpod as your submission type. Let's go to the next slide so we can show the steps how to add Nearpod as an assignment in Canvas. So let's move to the next slide for that, please. Oh, let's see, did I? Yeah, perfect, thanks. So you would first prepare your lesson in Nearpod or the activities. And then when you go to Canvas, you'll just click on the plus sign to add the assignment group. Again, the main thing there is making sure that you select the correct submission type through the external tool. And I have some screenshots on the next one to show you that. So let's see. Yeah, and if you go to the next one, yeah, right there, I think. So under the settings, when you're creating the assignment, you decide how many points, if it's going to be graded. I would probably make them very, very small points. They accumulate over time, almost like attendance. And under the external tool option, you click in there, search for Nearpod. Once you select Nearpod, the first time you do it, it's going to ask you to sync your account which is fine from that point forward. When you are in Canvas, you'll never have to log in or anything. And then from there, within once you sync your account, it'll ask a specific lesson you want to tie with this assignment. So you would select that one as well. And then the accounts are linked. And this is what it looks like for the students and the professors. So when a student clicks on the activity, which you can put right in a module, the Nearpod activity will open right there. They don't have to enter their names. Names are automatically taken from their account. And on the right side, you can see what the students will see. So if you put a grade to it, you're going to have a new column in Gradebook. And under Speed Grader, it even gives you a chance to look at students' work and to put a grade. Like if it's out of 2 points, maybe maybe you make it out of higher points. So you want to take a look at their work. And it doesn't have to be integrated with Canvas. You can see the reports in Nearpod, but it's a little bit more difficult because students don't put the name, just correct spelling and comparing day to day. This way everything is in one place. You can see all the names of your students and all their work in Nearpod day after day. It'll be nicely synced in with the grade book.
Okay, now moving on to the Include pillar. The Include pillar highlights the need for equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the teaching practices we employ and in the learning environment that we create. Next, we will discuss inclusive teaching strategies and how Canvas can support them.
So some of the best practices in inclusive teaching are, as we know, building instructor-student relationships, as well as students to student rapport, getting them to talk to one another, to engage in discussions and collaborative activities, which really helps with fostering a sense of belonging, but also setting high expectations for students, yet providing the steps to scaffold student success. And selecting course content that uses a diversity of ideas and perspectives and work by authors of diverse backgrounds.
So more inclusive strategies also include the design of all course elements for accessibility, and that refers to the materials that we provide, creating different ways for the students to demonstrate their knowledge, and providing avenues for students to provide us feedback with or on their progress. And number 5, we can also reflect on our own teaching biases and different ways to mitigate or neutralize their impact. And in regard to the Include pillar, we want to talk about 2 important tools in Canvas. One of them is the accessibility checker tool, and the other is the calendar the calendar scheduler tool, which can be used to streamline one-to-one appointments with students. And let's begin with the accessibility tool first. So when you're creating an assignment in the rich text editor, in the text box that you see there, you have the option to click on the accessibility checker, which is this little icon here, and I've made it bigger so that you could recognize it. The accessibility checker verifies your file against a set of rules to identify possible issues for people who have disabilities. So the accessibility checker tells you what the issues are in terms of accessibility and how you could go about fixing them. For instance, in this case, as I note the example here, the image, it's using the image file name, and it doesn't have an alt text to describe to someone who's using a screen reader what that image is about or what it describes. So instead of using the file name, you can change the alt text to actually describe what's going on in the image. And then once you fix that, you can click on Apply, and it'll take you to the next issue. The most common suspects, so to speak, in this area are images and tables. So the screen readers normally have a hard time with images and tables, so you want to include alternative text which describes what's going on either in the image or the table.
And the other tool would like to just very briefly highlight is the calendar scheduler tool in Canvas, where you can set up quickly like 15-minute appointments with your students during office hours. And to do that, you would just start by clicking on the calendar on the global navigations menu on the left. And on the upper right, you will see the plus sign to add an item to the calendar. So you would just click on the plus sign. And then before you do that, though, check on the boxes on the right side, which courses you want to add the same office hours, maybe to all your 5 or 6 classes that you may be teaching that semester. So once you've done that, under when you see the scheduling, you'll see several tabs on the top. Just click on appointment group and select the same courses there within the choices. You can put the dates, the times, how long the appointments are going to be. Are you going to allow for groups or individuals? And from there, just the students will, on their end, on the next slide, students will see find appointment button there. And then when they click on it, they'll be able to make their appointments. And if the instructor has made them available, they'll expand, they'll see all the time slots and they can click on it to make their appointment. And the next one, right, so there they can see it. And then the next one, the moment they make an appointment with you, it'll go to their calendar and the instructor receives an email. And in case you lose that email, which I think most of us, it's hard to keep track of emails, but just go to your calendar in Canvas and you'll see that when there's an appointment, it'll be a darker color highlighted. And if you double click on it, you'll see which student made the appointment with you. And with that, I think we're just out of time. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you to all the organizers and to my colleague.
Feel free to go to Nearpod and participate in the poll.
Well, good morning. This is Ann Geiler. It is my honor to introduce Geneva. She is our Canvas rock star. She is a great person that we meet with every week. She guides us, directs us, and supports us. So what she's going to show you is how Canvas support can help both you and your students. The students have access to support as well, which is new. So please, any issues, direct them to Tier 1 support. They are awesome and they will take the time to help you. So with that, I turn it to Geneva.
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to finally have the opportunity to meet all of you. I have heard so much about your team and everyone speaks very highly of you. So with that, my name is Geneva. I am the Customer Success Manager on the instructor side of the house. So I work with your admins on everything Canvas related. And I'm happy to be here and give you a little bit more information around Tier 1 support and how they can be leveraged both for yourselves and for your students to make sure they're successful in Canvas. So with that, the first thing I want to touch on is just how you can connect with support and reach them. So if you are in Canvas, you're probably already familiar with this help menu that I took a screenshot of here on the right-hand side. You'll see it on the navigation bar, the little question mark. So from there, this is how you can easily either chat with support if you are working on a course and something comes up and you don't want to pick up the phone, you just want to be able to chat with them. You'll see the option to chat with Canvas support. Or if you're someone who prefers to talk to them on the phone, walk through it together, you can call the support hotline. So there's 2 separate telephone numbers. You'll see this one here is for faculty, and then students will have, when they go to their help menu, they will see both of these options as well, but it will be a different telephone number for students. That way, when you're calling in, support already has that information. Okay, is this a teacher I'm talking to? Is this a student? To kind of help guide that conversation, just because obviously as a faculty member, you're going to be looking to do different things than a student may. So just a helpful way for them on a routing side of things to make sure things are easy. And then you can also always email support. So this is if you've noticed something in Canvas that you had a question on, but you don't need an answer right away, you can always email them and then they will email you back. So it's really based on whatever option works best for you and, you know, how quickly you need a response. And I do note down here, users must be 18 or older. This is set up because we also work with a lot of K-12 institutions, and we do want to make sure that there's that separation. I know that this isn't something for you, but I do like to note it just to make sure everyone knows. And then some terminology that you'll probably hear when you're either chatting or talking to support on the phone. So our first level of support, they're called L1s. So if you're calling or chatting in, they're going to be the first point of contact. And most tickets are resolved usually in that first point of contact. They're able to walk through the problem with you. And if they're saying, I have to check with somebody who's an L2, they may do that if they don't necessarily know the answer and they're going to check with somebody above them. That would be someone who is an L2 or an L3. And then very few tickets make it to the point where they are going to engineering, but just something helpful to have a little bit of line of sight into terminology if you hear it on the phone or over chat, to know, okay, they're working through the levels of support to figure out the answer for me, just to have a little bit more information. And then we also have the field admins. So these are admins at Palm Beach who, if you reach out and it's not something we can help with, they will route you back to a field admin so that you're still getting the support you need, even if it's something we can't help with. But that way you're still getting an answer and finding the support you need. So what can we help with? Canvas support is here to help you with any how-to questions you may have. If you're working on your course and you're saying, how do I build a new quiz? Or how do I get to the speed grader? Things like that, our Canvas support team will walk you through the steps, and they may even say, hey, here, I'm going to walk you through the steps, but also here is a guide on how to do it, so that in the future, if you ever run into the same question, you already have this resource readily available. And then that way you can see screenshots and things like that, just as an additional way to learn. And additionally, we can help with any troubleshooting or issues you're having with Canvas, any behavior that seems buggy. We will help you to walk through it, figure out the answer, and get to the bottom of it. And some things we can't help with, if you call in about them, we will still route you to the right place, but we won't be able to necessarily give the answer. Third-party tools. So if you are working with a third-party tool in your course and you're having a problem, we may, we're always happy to take a look at it, but it may not be something we can help with if it's not one of our tools. So we may direct you to the right place to go find the answer, or if it's something that an admin would have to help with, they will help direct you there. That way you can still get it resolved, but we may not necessarily be able to help. And the same with logging in. So when you're authenticating in Canvas, your authentication is set up by Palm Beach. So if you are having a hard time logging in, we don't have control over your authentication. So that's something where your admins have outlined what to do in that situation. So then we can redirect you to get help so that you can get logged into Canvas. And that's where the knowledge base comes into play. So your admins have pre-set out different scenarios that could potentially come up and how they would like our support team to handle them. So if you hear a support agent saying, let me check the KB, that usually means they're looking for how your admins would like the situation handled. So on the same note with logging in, they will look, and if it says, this is the person that they need to contact, or this is what they need to do, the support agent will provide you with those steps, or route you to the admin team. That way, they can make it a much smoother process for you. But this is, I would say, a source of truth that our support team uses to make sure that they are solving all of your questions correctly in accordance with what your admins would like. And with that, I'm going to take a second. I see the chat that there are some questions coming in, so I'm just going to check quickly, see if there's any. Oh, thank you, Sid, for answering. I appreciate that. Yeah, so emailing, that's emailing Canvas directly, but you can also call or chat in. So when you're emailing support, that is creating a ticket. Thank you, Sis. Yes, so, or Sid, so that way they'll see it and they'll respond to you and help with whatever your question was. I do recommend chatting or calling in if you're looking for a faster response, just because then you're going to be talking with a live person and you can go back and forth, versus over email. It will create a ticket, but once someone replies, it's not going to be then an immediate back and forth, since it is over email. So a couple of things that our support team is really on alert for. These are high impact concerns around, if there's an outage, slowness, you're seeing any affected performance. If you're reaching out about behavior that is buggy and the support team needs to get resolved quickly. If there's a problem with grades or anything around privacy, they are on high alert to make sure that those get resolved as quickly as possible. And with that, they're looking to figure out how to work around it if it's something that they will need a couple hours to fix. But they are available 24/7. 365 days a year, and that is for both chat, phone, and email. So whenever it may be that you're having a problem, they will be available to reach out to and help you walk you through it, which is great. So a couple of other terms that you may hear on the phone. If a support agent says, I'm going to escalate that, that means that they don't know the answer, so they're pushing it to an L2, so that they have a lot more experience, they will be able to help get it resolved. Or if they say, I'll attach your ticket to a bug report, this means that we've already identified the problem, our engineers are working on it, and then that way, by attaching your ticket to it, once the bug has been fixed, you will be notified as well, so that you're aware. And if they say we're going to hotfix that, that usually means that a bug was identified, it was fixed very quickly by engineering, and they're not going to wait to release it. They're going to do it immediately. This tends to be if it's a higher impact issue that they're looking to get resolved really fast. So just a couple of terms, they come up from time to time, so you're not confused on the phone saying, what are they talking about, a bug? But yes, our support team, they'll walk you through it. If you ask and you say, hey, what does that mean? They'll tell you, and they're happy to help with that. So a couple of resources for you. I'm gonna show you in the Canvas community something that I think really helps and will probably, if you're reaching out about how-to questions, support will walk you through the problem and then also most likely provide you with a guide so that you have the screenshots of the steps of what to do. And I think especially as an instructor, when you're getting up to speed, these guides can be invaluable for you. So when you go to the community and you go to knowledge and you click on Canvas, you'll see that we have a special section just for instructors. So from there, you'll be able to see everything under the sun that you can ever want. So there are, each of these are linked here, and then they'll go down into every sub question. And these are really helpful for if you're just trying to walk through the steps to get more comfortable as you're getting up to speed in Canvas, to say, how do I send a message to all my students in new analytics? Things like that, where, you know, if you have, you know, time and you're just trying to work through this, it can be really helpful to be able to, you know, walk through the steps in a guide. So they all have screenshots and all of the steps written out to follow along. And these are helpful for students as well, so that if they're trying to figure something out, these are a great resource to help them as well. I still use them from time to time for things that I don't necessarily work with on a day-to-day basis, and I go, how do I do that again? So always something helpful to just have in your back pocket. And like I said, so students will also be able to reach out to support, and support will walk them through the steps, but also provide them with guides as well, which is super helpful. So if students are, you know, working on discussions and things like that, and they can't figure out how to link a file or submit an assignment, we'll be able to walk them through that and make sure that they're successful in their courses. And the one other resource that I wanted to touch on for you is our status page. So our status page is something that we utilize. There we go. So the status page is something we utilize a lot to see uptime in Canvas. So as you can see, a lot of green. But if you are ever seeing, you know, it's slow, I can't figure out why, what is that? You would see up at the top, it would say, you know, temporary slowness, things like that. And I know your admin team is super on top of tracking these anyways, so I'm sure you would be getting a notification regardless, but this is just helpful to know so that if you're ever wondering, you could always go check it. And it's a nice thing to just have available. But with that, I am happy to answer questions. I know I haven't gone the full 30 minutes, but hopefully you've all been able to see these options here to chat with support or call into them on your help menu. And one tip I will call out, if you're chatting in with support or calling in, it's always helpful to have the course up that you have questions on. That way you can easily tell the support agent, this is the course I'm working on. That way they can find it as well and go in and investigate a little bit easier instead of trying to, while you're talking, find the course, which they're always happy to do, but it does make it a little bit easier for everyone.
Thank you so much, Geneva. I do have one question for you. Maybe you could highlight that. You showed us a Canvas training site. Can you point that out on our navigation bar so faculty can easily find those guides?
Yes, absolutely. Let me. So when you go to your help menu, you will see here, you know, chat with support, call into support, and down here you can see search the Canvas guides or ask the community. So we call where all the Canvas guides are housed, that is the community. So you can say here, search the Canvas guides, and it's going to bring you to a menu where you can then search all of the guides that we have available. So you have a one-stop shop on your help menu to access all of these resources.
And Geneva, could you briefly mention the others training support functions here, such as the difference between the field guide, the training services portal, and so on?
Yeah, so the training services portal, this is a resource where you can go in and view tons of pre-recorded training sessions. Sorry, things look a little bit slightly different on my end. Oh, it's because, so right now it's logging me in as an as staff, obviously at Instructure, but you would be able to open this window and it would pull up a full calendar for you with pre-recorded resources and guides on, you know, how to set up a quiz, how to work the calendar in your course. And then there's also live training sessions that you'll find in that training services portal as well, so that you can sign up for live sessions. As well as on here, there's also, we do have a great section around COVID-19 Canvas resources. This is on the guide as well, or on the community as well. Video conferencing guides, if you're trying to figure out how do I set up the conferencing for my course and what's the best way to do so, you can go here. And then this is request assistance. So this option is if you're seeing, hey, I think that, you know, we could be changing this slightly, or other ways to adjust Canvas. This is where you can request assistance. So this isn't going to chat you with somebody directly, but it's another way to provide feedback to Canvas.
Thank you so much, Geneva. I am monitoring the chat room. Any questions, if you have them, feel free to post them for Geneva in the chat. Unless, and if not, we're going to give back some of that time to the next presenter. And I believe that's Africa Fine is coming up next.
Oh, and Robin, I'm so happy to hear that. You were on the phone with support for an hour with tons of questions, and they were awesome. I'm really happy to hear that.
So this is for everybody, but Geneva, you as well. So I have had extremely good feedback on the Tier 1 support from many faculty members. I know a couple mentioned that the wait time was kind of long during certain periods of times. And I know Geneva and I discussed this. Truth of the matter is that if you can at all hold off to kind of off hours, if you would, then the waiting time is practically eliminated. And I forget, Geneva, what was the really busy times, if you could mention those?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say in particular during fall start, so second half of August and the first half of September, that's when you see the highest volume of support calls and chats coming in. So I would say the highest volume times are usually around 9 to 11 a.m., right when, you know, everyone's getting online, they're getting started, especially because K-12, that's when they're starting their day. And then in the afternoon, usually from 1 to 3, because that tends to be similar, where it's the afternoon or there's breaks in the day and people are working on courses, so they're calling into support for help.
Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Geneva. Sid and Ava, Ann and I, we've been working with Geneva since the summer. And as you can imagine, with the technical implementation of Canvas, a lot of questions naturally arise. And she and the Instructure team have been extremely responsive and helpful. We feel like we know her. Maybe we don't talk to her daily, but almost. And so this tier 1 support is extremely helpful. I can't emphasize enough what a great resource this is for faculty and students. All right, well, she's given us the gift of time back, so we'll move on. Our next presentation is going to be about Turnitin and academic integrity, plagiarism detection. So I will.
It looks like Mary has a question.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, feel free to jump into Nearpod and respond to the poll about tier 1 support.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me, and it was a pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you, Geneva.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. This is Africa Fine. I'm a member of the e-learning advisory committee and one of the faculty mentors for Canvas. So when we transitioned from Blackboard to Canvas, it necessitated the choice of a new plagiarism software. We had been using SafeAssign, and it is a Blackboard product. So this was our opportunity to upgrade and look at what's available now. So the committee looked at several of the top plagiarism tools, and Turnitin was by far the best. Not only is it used in more than 15,000 schools, it also has the reliability, the database for checking for plagiarism. It also checks for the sort of workarounds that students sometimes use to plagiarize, and it integrates excellently with Canvas. So we're excited to have it and to be able to use this really premium tool. And I will hand it over to Robert Trent for his presentation.
Thank you, Africa. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me today. If you could, bear with me just one moment. I am going to share my screen. I wanted to give a little bit of background here before I get started in the live demo, just to provide a little context around the history of Turnitin and how Turnitin similarity works in Canvas. Before I go live, I wanted to just walk through a little bit of the story and present a little bit of an overview for you so you understand a little bit better. So today I'm going to talk about upholding academic integrity with Turnitin similarity. Just a little bit of background about me. I've been working with educational technology for well over 15 years now, and I'm based in Ithaca, New York. I have a team of solutions consultants and customer success consultants in North America, the professional and educational services team. To talk a little bit first about the backstory of Turnitin, a little bit of the history. I think most people are aware that Turnitin helps to discover similarity to known works. For example, looking at matched text. We can also look at altered text, something else I'm going to talk about a little bit more today. To give a little bit of the story first, a little bit of the background about Turnitin. From 1998 through today, plagiarism and the ways to make plagiarism easier continue to evolve and get more sophisticated over time. With the advent of the internet, and especially the wide-scale move to remote learning, it's becoming even more complicated to identify when students are not doing their own work. Turnitin has been deeply invested in developing solutions to address these challenges over the years. Turnitin's founder, John Barry, was a biophysics graduate student and teaching assistant for large classes at a university. He wrote a Science magazine article, The World Wide Web as an Instructional Tool, in 1996. And in that article, he considered that the internet while creating many benefits for education, might also create issues that might not be so good. The biggest problem he could foresee was that the amount of information available to students would be so huge and easily accessible that it would be impossible to tell if a student wrote a paper or just cut and pasted it. He based this prediction on his classroom experience. His students had come to him and told him that other students were using his class peer review website to cheat, copying papers from their classmates and selling or giving them to others. Needless to say, this was pretty upsetting, since his doctoral research involved using technology to search through huge databases to find patterns in brainwaves. He developed a pattern matching technology for text. When he put his creation into use in his courses, he could not believe the results. 30% of the papers contained plagiarism, and he wondered if his class was unique. A quick search about academic plagiarism revealed that there was indeed a broader problem with no good solution. So he collaborated with several friends to further develop the technology, and Turnitin was born. So this was back in the late 90s, and a lot has happened since then. Talking a bit about how we discover similarity to known works. Our text matching is against the largest database of known content. Over 70 billion current and archived web pages, over 170 million scholarly publications, periodicals, and journals, and now over 1.4 billion student papers in our global comparison database. Additionally, it's possible to set up an institutional repository depending on the needs of the institution. We also discover altered text now. We can reveal text modifications that are meant to circumvent the human eye and automated integrity checks. Some examples: white text, character replacement, or an abnormally high amount of quoted material. Altered text modifications that are usually an intentional attempt to trick plagiarism detection. I want to relate this to Canvas and talk a little bit quickly about how easy it is to add Turnitin to Canvas assignments. So for users of Turnitin Similarity in Canvas, it's quite easy. You can utilize Turnitin Similarity in Canvas by going to the settings in your assignment creation, selecting online for the submission type, along with text entry, file uploads, or both from the entry options. This enables a drop-down for plagiarism review where you can select the tool for Turnitin Similarity. Once students submit, reports can be accessed through SpeedGrader or through the Grade Center in Canvas. This gives you a look at what the interface looks like when you are looking at submitted papers. At a glance, you have details, and you have in full view a fully rendered PDF with color-coded highlighted matches and preserved formatting. The interface is WCAG-AA accessible and responsive for mobile devices, and the similarity report is very easy to customize and interpret. It's easy to review all matching sources. In the sidebar, there's an overview giving you the top matches. Each source is color-coded. Matches are there in document text highlights, so you can attribute a match to a website or student paper, or match to a periodical journal or publication. You can drill in and explore matches in more detail. It's easy to scroll through multiple matches of a source. There's a preview of the matching text and a clickable URL that can be opened in browser, taking you to the website for internet matches. It's also easy to exclude unwanted content. You can exclude entire search repositories if you don't want to see those matches. It's also possible to exclude bibliography sections or text in quotes, for example. There's also a text manipulation panel. This illustrates the text modifications such as white or extremely tiny fonts, swapped characters, excessive quotes, and other changes that are intended to trick our algorithms. This helps to quickly see those modifications that might not be immediately visible, saving instructors a lot of time, surfacing any concerns right away. With match exclusion, you can remove matches from the similarity report. It's easy to choose the reason why you'd like to remove that match, and it makes the matching algorithm smarter the next time when you do that. This helps make the report more precise, making it easier to drill in on exactly what both instructors and students need to see. The removal is on the fly, and that makes it very easy to work with the report for a quick review. You can also print and share reports with others. There's an optimized print view that allows you to easily share the report via email or hard copy. So now let's go live. I want to go into Canvas to show you what it looks like in Canvas and spend some time in the similarity report as well. So just one moment here while I shift gears. I am in the assignments area of Canvas. I am going to access a previously submitted paper here. So this is a submission that was added by the student a few weeks back. In the assignments area, an instructor would click into SpeedGrader, and in SpeedGrader, they can see a similarity score over on the right-hand side. So you have the submitted paper in SpeedGrader where you do your marking, and to look at the similarity report, you can see over on the right-hand side, you can click in and take a look at that paper. Now, I had made some adjustments previously, but I wanted to take a look at this and talk through some different examples. So with this example, what I'm seeing is that this submitted paper is showing as 100% similar to another student paper in the submitted works database. I would think that this would be a concern, considering that what's been identified is this paper is highlighted as similar, the entire paper, all the text, 100% similar to another student paper. Now, when I click on this to take a look at the source over on the right-hand side, it's just saying private content because it's similar to a paper submitted at another institution. It's important to note that the text and details of the paper do not surface from one institution to another. That said, within your own institution, it is possible to set it up so that the text of the paper could be viewable by instructors, as well as details about the paper. That information never surfaces to a student when similarity reports are made available to students, just for instructors and dependent on the administrative settings. So looking at this example in the source overview, it's giving me this 100% match. The entire paper is similar. This is a case where I think engaging the student would be wise to talk a little bit about why this may have occurred. I don't like to assume, based on a similarity score, that something intentional around plagiarism has occurred. There's always some interpretation required and investigation required. This is a tool to detect similarity. And in your conversation with the student or with students in general about academic integrity, you can talk a little bit about how similarity detection can help them with their writing and citations. So in this case, with 100% match, it could be something intentional, but it's also possible that the student may have submitted the same paper in another class. So within the same class, it will not identify a student's paper matching to their own paper. But if they had submitted it for another class and another instructor, it might. Now that's technically self-plagiarism. The student may not realize that reusing the same paper would qualify as self-plagiarism. So perhaps it's a teaching moment rather than intentional. Now, obviously, if the student utilized another student's paper, then that would be a different kind of conversation. Now, I'm going to look at another example here. It also allows me to show how you can exclude matches from the report. Notice if I hover over this source, there's an exclude option. So looking at that exclude option, I'm going to go ahead and exclude that larger match. Note that I have a number of exclusions that I had applied earlier. So with this example, let's say your first click into this paper shows a 62% similarity score. So let's treat this as another example to look at and talk about the context with similarity report interpretation and how this applies to academic integrity. Looking at this report, I noticed that of that 62% number, 62% of the paper is similar when compared against sources in our databases and repositories. In this case, it's not that 62% of the paper is all coming from one place. What we're seeing is a variety of internet matches that add up to 62%. So to be clear, the sources overview is showing us the top matches. There could be other sources obscured or hidden behind these. We're showing the top matches or primary sources that do not overlap one another. Notice that they're color-coded with corresponding highlights in the paper. So for example, if I start with the largest match, I think most do, it's telling me which site it came from. It provides a link to that site. If I want to click on it, it would take me out of here and into that site. But to allow you to stay in this view, I'm able to compare the text in the paper and what's highlighted over on the left to the text from the website over on the right. For internet matches, it will pull the text and display it on the right-hand side. What I'm seeing is that when I look at these matches, it appears that it is too similar, but the student may have attempted to make changes and to pull from multiple sources. So I see a number of matches, and I see some text interspersed here in this paragraph, for example. So when I look at this, I'm thinking, is this a case where the student intentionally plagiarized? Or is this a case where the student perhaps didn't paraphrase well enough? Or maybe perhaps something's in quotes. I see quotation marks here. There's a lot to think about when you're analyzing a similarity report. You can't just look at a score and assume that intentional plagiarism has occurred. Turnitin has detected similarity, and as you interpret the similarity report, it gives you more perspective on what the student has done here. So maybe this is a teaching moment where I'd want to talk to the student a little bit about better paraphrasing. Another thing to consider is that you can allow students to have access to the similarity report. You can also allow them to have multiple submissions. So thinking of it that way, Turnitin can function as a learning tool to help students become better writers, giving them an opportunity to view the similarity report and understand better why those matches are there, and perhaps giving them a chance to revise and resubmit after they've done a little bit of rewriting. Another view besides the sources overview is the all sources list. And this will show you all the similarity matches that we've detected, all the sources, regardless of whether they overlap or not. So sometimes you may see text that comes from multiple places. We've identified that this text likely came from multiple places on the internet as far as matching is concerned. It's difficult to determine exactly which source the student used, but the sources overview presents you with the most likely case scenario of where the matches came from. So the sources overview gives you the primary sources. All sources will show you everywhere we've detected similarity. I showed you earlier that you can exclude sources. You can also exclude blocks of text. On the right here, I can exclude an entire source from the report. Here on the paper, I can exclude blocks of text. It's another option. The feedback that you give us here with exclusions can help us. For example, is it being excluded because its instructions or template material? Another consideration, if perhaps you provided students with a document template that has highlightable text within it, that could contribute to a level of similarity. You have the ability to exclude here, but it's just another consideration when you're interpreting a similarity report. Or is it cited or quoted material that you feel should be excluded? That's another example of where text could add to the similarity. Or is it a valid collaboration or common wording or another reason? You can provide feedback here around that. Now, on a paper-by-paper basis, note that it's also possible to exclude search repositories or exclude the bibliography, quotes, or citations, for example. If you want to exclude them from the report, you can also exclude small matches based on a number of words. So for example, if you decided that matches less than 10 words in size are not a concern, you can simply exclude them. So you can do that here on a paper-by-paper basis as you're viewing student papers. And now that I've excluded more, I can see that the overall similarity has dropped a little bit. And as I go through the paper itself, as I'm interpreting the report, I can click on highlighting and then the corresponding source shows up over on the right-hand side. So that's how you navigate the similarity report. So you can zoom in and out here as well. Are there any questions about the similarity report before I move on?
Robert, I do not see anything posted in the chat, so I do not believe there's any questions yet.
Okay, just figured I'd check in. And now I see a question pop up in the chat. The question is there a threshold for acceptance? So I guess I should ask or clarify what you mean by acceptance. So generally speaking, I caution against using a threshold overall, especially for an institution, simply because different levels of similarity can occur and it's normal. It could depend on the type of submission, whether a template is used, whether there are citations or other considerations like that. So my advice is always to take a look at the similarity report, drill into it, to interpret it, to understand better what you're seeing. So one example I could give, let's say there's a 60% similarity. The first thing I wonder is that 60% solid highlighting all coming from one place? That could be a concern. Now, what if that 60% is made up of many smaller matches and those smaller matches are broken up a bit? Our algorithms have still detected similarity, but it's not an exact copy. Perhaps I would judge that differently. So it may not always be the case that a student has intentionally plagiarized. It could be that a teaching moment is needed and they need to perhaps revise and rewrite a bit, paraphrase better as an example. So I'm going to shift over to flags just to give some more perspective. There are flags as well. So it is possible to identify if a student has made any intentional attempts to trick plagiarism detection, such as replaced characters. Now, you can't see this when looking at the paper, but if I click on that first flag, it appears that the student has swapped out Latin E's for Cyrillic E's. An attempt to trick plagiarism detection, perhaps, but we still identify the similarity and point out that this has occurred. To my eye, I can't tell those are Cyrillic E's, but the system has identified that there was a switch. Another example, hidden text. In this case, there are white letter I's in between these words, which could also be an attempt to trick plagiarism detection. Sometimes white text can be used in between words. Sometimes entire words can be added in white to bolster the word count. Either way, we can detect that hidden text, whether it's white characters or extremely small fonts. So these are flags that an instructor can review and take a look at. Something that could take some time to identify otherwise, we're able to identify it very quickly and save instructors time. So I talked about the similarity report. I also talked about the flags. I do want to show how you can, within Canvas, quickly and easily create a Turnitin assignment using Turnitin similarity. So let me do that. I'm in the assignments area here in Canvas. I'm going to click Add Assignment. Give the assignment a name. Instructions. Number of points the assignment should be worth, the assignment group, and how the grade's displayed. The grading, of course, is done in Canvas using SpeedGrader, possibly Canvas rubrics as well. Now, the submission type, it's important to choose the online submission type, file uploads, text entry, or both. Once you check the box for file uploads or text entry, you will get this plagiarism review box. That box doesn't appear until you make that selection. Seeing a lot popping up in the chat now. Yeah, it surfaces some interesting things when we utilize the flags capability as well as similarity detection. Gets us thinking about the broader topic of academic integrity and how much energy can go into some of these methods. Sometimes it's easier just to do the work. So now that I've selected file uploads, online submission type, note that in Canvas, you can allow a certain number of attempts or unlimited attempts within the date range. But here is where you enable Turnitin similarity in Canvas. Under plagiarism review, there's a drop down and you make your selection. There's a question, can this be added to discussions? Not yet. However, the ability to add similarity detection to Canvas discussions, I believe is under discussion, but I don't know of a timeline at this point as far as if and when that could be made available. Something else I wanted to mention here, it may be named differently in your dropdown, but where you get Turnitin similarity is here in the plagiarism review dropdown. That dropdown only becomes visible after you select online and then file uploads or text entry. And you can make some adjustments to the settings, exclusions that would apply to all the papers submitted to this assignment automatically, rather than doing it paper by paper. So you can exclude, again, bibliographic materials, quoted materials, and here's where you determine the indexing. For a true assignment, I recommend that submissions be indexed for future comparison. That way you can be sure that submitted papers can be compared against later. And if a student attempted to reuse another student paper, it would identify that similarity. To generate similarity reports, the options are generate reports immediately and on due date, or just immediately. Immediately and on due date is recommended. That way there's a report generated when a student submits, and then on the due date as well, making sure that the similarity score is current and submitted papers in that assignment are compared against each other. You can also, as I mentioned before, make sure students can see the report so they can benefit from the information in the similarity report to get them thinking more about their paraphrasing, citations, and things like that. So thinking of this as a learning tool, a taught you tool rather than a caught you tool. You can have it set up so they immediately see the report, after grading, after the due date, or never. So you have some options there. I'll go ahead and set my due dates and window of availability here in Canvas. And it's that easy to set it up. For a student to submit is also very easy. Going to another browser and refreshing it here, I'm logged in as a student. So this is what a student sees. The student clicks on the assignment. They can see the details around the assignment, due date, directions, and window of availability. The student clicks Start Assignment. Here are their options. It could be dependent on how Canvas is set up. For example, this instance of Canvas I'm in has a Google Doc option. I am going to do a file upload. Click Upload File and choose File. Select the paper. The student can add comments. They agree to the end user license agreement and click Submit Assignment. If multiple submissions are allowed, they'll see a new attempt option. They can go into the submission details. And once the report generates, they'll see a colored icon here that they can click into to look at the similarity report. So I covered a lot here. I really wanted to make sure that I provided a good overview of what it looks like to work with the similarity report. And when thinking about academic integrity, thinking about how you can work with students to talk about proper paraphrasing, proper citation, what plagiarism is, just that concept in and of itself sometimes is misunderstood. I mentioned self-plagiarism earlier. That's something that many students aren't aware of. There are different types of plagiarism, different things students need to think about to avoid it. It's not always intentional. So at this point, see, I have just a few minutes left. I want to open it up for questions. I wanted to see if anyone had any questions about what I was talking about today.
The Nearpod poll about Turnitin is also.
See, I have quite a group today. I'm just realizing there's 145 participants. So I've just opened myself up to questions from a lot of people, but I'm ready for it.
Thank you, Robert. Our participants need to post their questions into the chat room. This presentation only, so I don't see anything being posted right now. What you see that as well. So I'm going to hand it. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand it back to Africa and back to Rob for any comments, and then we can move on to the next presentation.
All right, next we're going to talk about another Turnitin product. It's called GradeScope, and one of the advocates of that and prime users at the college is Professor Anurag Kaital. So I'll turn it over to him.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am beyond thrilled to talk about GradeScope. I started using it about 3 years ago, and as with all things strange, it started with a journal article search. So I was looking at Primus, which is Problems, Resources, and Issues in Mathematics. It's an academic journal. And there was a special edition out on the improving of the teaching and learning of calculus. And that was the first time I was teaching the course. I wasn't having the greatest of times with it. So I looked at some research base for how I could do a better job. And oddly enough, online grading seemed to be one of the ways that institutions, large departments with enrollments of up to 3,000 students in calculus, were able to improve their learning outcomes and drop their DFW rates significantly by using a platform called Gradescope. And the beauty of it was that all the grading was done anonymously, so faculty members were able to reduce the bias, implicit bias that creeps in at times, but also provide much richer and better feedback to students. Personally speaking, I often found myself giving verbose feedback to the very first test I graded, and then by the time I got to the 30th student, that enthusiasm started waning. With Gradescope, it became a lot easier just to write very detailed, rich feedback once, and then just apply it to the same mistake to other students. So if 5 students make the same mistake, I just have to type out a very detailed response once, and I can kind of just drop it into the other assessments. For students, this resulted in a quicker turnaround of grades. I was able to hand things back faster, and instead of handing them back physically in a classroom, I was able to just push the grades from Gradescope. Students would get this clever email that said, hey, your test has been graded by your instructor. Take a look at it. Because the submissions were all done on the website itself, or I had scanned the tests in, students invariably lost the ability to change their solutions after the fact. So that reduced the possibilities of, students coming back and saying, well, I had the right answer, but you marked it wrong, or look what happened here. I didn't have to deal with any of those things. So that freed up a lot of my time to interact with students on more meaningful conversations. For faculty members, it increased from the faculty perspective, it reduced my grading time by a lot of the clever handwriting recognition tools and the awesome AI system that Gradescope has, and I think we'll be seeing it very shortly. But it improved my consistency as well. I was able to say very clearly and consistently say that I'm able to offer the same grades for the same solutions that were submitted. So it wasn't the case where I might give a solution 5 points for a problem and then give another student 5.5, leading to this inconsistency. Gradescope made it, with rubrics, impossible to do that. And on a very day-to-day basis, I was able to give these as in beginning of class quizzes as a way of figuring out if I'm teaching in a flipped classroom or an inquiry-based learning class, are the students coming to class prepared? Do they have the necessary knowledge base for us to be able to engage in the types of activities I had planned for the day? And if they did, I get very immediate feedback from Gradescope right away from a quiz that students can take on their phone right away without having to go to a laptop or a desktop proper. I was able to make small changes to the daily lesson plan, as it were. And guide the class discussions more based on the feedback that I had received immediately versus going in with a set plan and then perhaps not meeting the students where they were. So I could go on and on about the wonderful world of Gradescope. I was, I think, the first user at Palm Beach State, and since then, it's not just the math faculty, but faculty across the college and many, many disciplines that have joined me on this journey to try to bring Gradescope to the college. So I'm beyond happy and pleased to introduce Ryan. I think you'll be speaking.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate you sharing your personal usage with Gradescope. That is extremely helpful. And thank you, everybody, for joining my time here today. I really appreciate it. Like was said, my name is Ryan Miller. I'm a solutions consultant here at Gradescope. And today we're going to take a quick look at Gradescope and what it can do for you. Now, I know some of you might be seeing Gradescope for the very first time, might be hearing about it for the first time. So what I want to talk about a little bit before we actually jump into the product is just what exactly is Gradescope. So it's a place where you're going to be able to grade basically any type of student work online and collected work as well. So it's going to work for exams. for homework, short answers, for code, for any of you who are grading in computer science or engineering courses. So all types of assignments, regardless if it's a homework assignment or an exam, they can still be uploaded by a student, which is also very relevant in this world today where most of our students are completing their work remotely. Gradescope is going to work really well for any of your existing assignments. So if you have an exam or quiz or homework or essay prompts that you've been giving out in a physical classroom for many years, you can very easily use that with Gradescope and you won't have to reformat it. And Gradescope is going to work for both paper-based work, which means handwritten work that students are completing on their own paper, and online assignments where you're creating the questions directly on the Gradescope site and students are replying to them within a time limit. The basic flow is going to be that students will be submitting work remotely, either digitally or on paper. And during that designated time window, you'll be able to grade those submissions online using Gradescope. And once you're done grading, you'll also be able to give those grades back to your students, as well as your feedback or any markups or annotations you've done on their work. And as soon as grading is complete, you'll also get statistics and analytics on how the students did. So again, thank you very much for my time today. If you have any questions after our session, please feel free to email help@gradescope.com. Again, that's help@gradescope.com. We'll very easily answer any questions you might have and help you out with anything you need. So let's go ahead and jump right into Gradescope here. So as you can see, I'm inside my Gradescope now, course now. And right now we are finalizing institutional license for your school. And most likely we'll have Canvas integration as a part of that as well. But today we're going to take a look at Gradescope inside my Gradescope account. And you can create a Gradescope account at any point. And I can talk more about that too as well. So what I'm going to do here first is I want to talk a little bit about the assignment types that are available to you. So I'm going to go to my assignments tab here, and I'm going to click on this button and talk a little bit about these assignment types. So you have an exam, quiz, and homework problem set that's available to you. Within each of these assignment types, you can create what we call a templated fixed length assignment. And that's something that we're looking at here. You give your students a template or a blank quiz, for example. You know where your students are going to answer. Students would download that document, print or handwrite in their answers and submit it back to Gradescope. If they are using a tablet and stylus, they can do it, finish off their assignment that way too. We also have assignment types called variable length assignments, where students can just submit their scratch paper and you'll be able to see all of their work and be able to grade their scratch paper. We also have bubble sheet exams. This is where you as the instructor would create the answer key inside Gradescope. Students can print out this bubble sheet template up to 200 questions and they can submit it back to Gradescope and it will automatically grade it for you. For any programming instructors, engineering instructors, you can create programming assignments as well. Students can submit code. You would have the ability to grade their code. You can add comments into any line of their code. And we also offer code similarity, where it'll actually show you side-by-side comparisons of those students in your course who submitted to that assignment, so that you could see that lines 1 through 5 of student A's code matches lines 11 through 15 of student B's code. So it actually show you that side-by-side comparison with an overall similarity score. We also offer online assignments where you can create assignments with question types such as short answer, free response, multiple choice, select all questions, and file upload questions where students can submit any file type they want. And you would be able to see that and grade that. And then we're also have an essay report, essay or report, or students turning in papers. This is in beta right now. If you'd like to be a part of this, just email us at help@gradescope.com and we can add this to your account. But students can submit a doc or PDF or PowerPoint. You would be able to see their paper. You can build out rubrics for their paper. You can add comments and highlight text inside as well. So those are our available assignment types now. What I want to do is show you how to use Gradescope to actually grade an assignment that's been turned in. I think we might have a few things here in chat, so one second. Oh, that first question, I don't think that's to me, but I think the answer is yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to jump into an assignment and show you how grading works. So I'm going to click on this assignment here and open it up. And inside, I'm at my grading submissions tab over here on the left. And here's each of the questions inside my quiz. And all I need to do to start grading is just choose the question I want to grade. So I'm going to click on this question here and open it up. And you'll notice I'm looking at my students' handwritten work. If I use these zoom in, zoom out buttons down here, I can zoom out and see more area page if I want to. Now this again is what we called a templated fixed length assignment. So it zoomed in on that area because when I created this assignment, I told the system where my students are going to answer. That way it takes me directly to those answer areas. So I don't have to go flipping through pages or looking for answers. So I created this box here. Students wouldn't see this, but during the outline portion, when I created it, I told the system where my students are going to answer, just to save me some time. Now, the default way that Gradescope is going to have you grade is that you're going to grade the same answer for the same question for every student, and then you'll move on to the next question. And the feedback we've gotten there is that it really helps to speed up the grading process, but also helps to ensure you're grading all your students using the same criteria. Now, I know this is a math question. Not everybody here is a math instructor. Rest assured that the grading functionality inside Gradescope works exactly the same, regardless of the discipline you teach. But at this point, I'm ready to start grading. And my question is, what is the integral of x? 1/2 x squared plus c is the correct answer. So to give this student 3 out of 3 points over here, all I have to do is click on that 1. I've just scored them 3 out of 3. I can click next ungraded down here in the bottom right corner, and it takes me to my next student's answer. Now this student's missing the half. So what I want to do is over here on the right, click on add rubric item, and I'm going to type in there missing 1/2, and I'm going to say that that is worth missing 1 point. And now to grade this student, I can click on this 2, and I've given that student 2 out of 3 points. I can hit next ungraded, and it moves me to my next student's answer. And you'll notice that rubric's following me. So as I build my rubrics, they will continue to follow me, so grading becomes that much quicker. Now this student got it correct as well. So I can hit 1 or hit next ungraded, but we also offer keyboard shortcuts. So if you click on the number or letter next to any of the rubrics you've created, if I click 1 right now, you can see I just scored them 3 out of 3. And the shortcut for next ungraded is just clicking on Z. So I can hit Z and move to the next student's answer. This student's missing the C, so I'll click add rubric item, and I'll type in there missing C. I'll say that that too is worth missing 1 point. And then I'll just go ahead and click on that and score them. Now you also have these helpful annotation tools. So if I click on this little T, I can add a comment in here. Maybe I want to write in there missing C. And I can move these comments anywhere I want. I can add as many comments as I want. And as I create comments, they'll start to save them for me in this drop down here, so I can easily apply them to other students when I need to. I also have a pencil icon. I can write into my student's paper. If you're using a tablet and stylus, that's fine too. I have a highlighting button, so I can highlight any area I want. And I've got an eraser, so I can erase anything I want. But students will be able to see these comments and annotations when they open up their graded assignment. I can also give submission-specific adjustments. If I thought this student and this student alone deserved an extra 1/2 point, I could type onto this line and just type in 0.5 and give that student an extra 1/2 point. I can also leave comments in this field as well, and it will save those comments here in this dropdown so I can easily apply them to other students. I can always delete rubrics when I've created them. If I'm ever curious just to which students did I apply a specific rubric to, I can click on this little magnifying glass and it'll give me a list of all the students I applied that rubric to. If I'm reusing a question that I've used in Gradescope in the past and I've created a rubric already for this in the past, I could have clicked the import button here and I could import a rubric I've already created, so I don't have to start from scratch every time. You can also choose between using what we're using now is negative scoring. Our students are starting out with 3 points and we're taking away points for what they got incorrect. You can also move that to positive scoring if you want. And students start off with 0 points and we give them points for what they get correct. And you can always choose those as your defaults. And you can choose your ceiling and your floor. If you want to be able to choose a maximum score or minimum score, you can do that too. Very easy to do. And you can mix and match. Even though I'm using negative scoring, I can create positive rubrics by just putting a plus sign before that number, and vice versa with positive scoring as well. So at this point though, I can hit Z on my keyboard or hit next ungraded and it'll move me to my next student's answer. And I want to mention one other thing about that next ungraded button. It's exactly that. So if you do have graders, and maybe you have multiple graders in here grading all at once, they can do that. When you click next ungraded, you'll only see an answer that still needs to be graded. You won't have to click through previously graded items. It'll help you leapfrog over each other so you can grade that much faster. Now this student answered x squared. So if I want to, I can click on 2 and 3 because they're missing a half and missing a C. We have some instructors that create 10 to 15 rubric items and click on 6 to 8 of them to grade their student. It's completely up to you. Now, the other thing I'll mention, well, I'll go ahead and click next on graded here. Here's an example of a student that didn't even attempt. So I'll create add rubric item, and I'll type in there, did not attempt. And then you'll also may have noticed that I have some other options down here as well. So if you're using LaTeX or LaTeX, I could click on this button. That will give me my dollar signs. Maybe I want to add X squared in there. I can use LaTeX or LaTeX inside my rubrics. I can also bold, I can italicize, I can add code if I want to, and I can add images. So maybe for those students that didn't attempt, I want to add a picture of the correct answer. So I took a picture with my phone of the correct answer. So I'm going to click on add an image, choose my image, and I'll click upload. And it's going to add that into the rubric for me. So when students take a look at their graded assignment, they'll also be able to see the image that I added in there as well. Now you have three options when it comes to rubric visibility for your students. The default is they'll see every rubric that you create. You can also choose that they only see rubric items that you've applied to them, or you can choose that they see no rubric items at all. It's completely up to you. But at this point, I'll go ahead and click next on graded. Now, maybe I have, I'm grading 100 students and I've already graded 80 of them. And they have all missed 1/2 and C. They've only put in X squared. And I've been taking away 2 points for each of those. But maybe I've decided, since so many of them have missed that I actually only want to take away 1/2 point. And if I was grading by hand, I'd have to go back and I'd have to find every one of those student submissions and I'd have to make that change on each page. But what's wonderful about Gradescope that's going to save you a ton of time is I can come in here and say, you know what, let's just take away 0.5 for each of these. And not only did it change it for this student, but it went back and changed it for all the students I've already graded. So your rubrics aren't set in stone. As you continue to tinker with them, it will go back and update any previously graded students as well. So a big, big time saver there. Any questions about grading? Let me check the chat here really quick. Yes, so right now we are finalizing the institutional license for you, and you will have full access to everything that we're walking through here. The only thing at that point that you would want to be a part of possibly is that beta for the essay type assignments. Even if, I will say, even if you don't use the essay assignment type, students could still submit a paper. You could still see their entire work, and you can still use all the grading functionality we've just walked through. So if you did have a paper that was submitted, you could still come in here and highlight areas of their text, and then you could add your own comments. And if you're using a tablet or stylus, that works just fine too. Someone wrote, do the grades get integrated into Blackboard gradebook? So setting up integration with a learning management system is definitely possible. We work with Blackboard, Canvas, Moodle, Sakai, D2L. You would have a button, and let's actually move to that now. Once you've graded everybody, it will automatically move you to this Review Grades tab. If you have learning management system integration, you would have a post grades to that learning management system. What in this case, it says Canvas. But you would be able to sync your Gradescope grades with your Blackboard gradebook or Canvas gradebook or whatever you're using. Once you have graded all your students, you would need on this Review Grades tab just to click this Publish Grades button. And that's when your students can actually see their graded assignment. Up until that point, they won't be able to see it. So just something to keep in mind. So let's jump over to the student side. And let's take a look at what students see. So I'm inside my student account right now. I'm going to go, I can see that I received 8.5 out of 12 points on this assignment, and I know it's ready for me to view. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that and open it up. So a student will be able to see their submitted assignment. Over here on the right, I can see all my questions and I can see how I was scored. If I click on a question, I can actually see all those rubrics. Remember, that's the default. They'll see all your rubrics and how they were scored. You can choose that they only see the rubric item you applied to them, or they see no rubric items at all. But in this case, I can see all my rubrics. I can see why I received the grade that I did. I can see any of those comments or annotations that my instructor added. And I can just click through these different questions, take a look at those rubrics, and get a better understanding of why I received the grade that I did. Now, another thing that's available to them by default is the ability to request a regrade. Now, they can only request a regrade at the question level. You'll notice if I close this out, it lets me know I have to select a question, because we don't want students just thinking, I just need 3 more points, I'm going to request a regrade and hope for the best. No, they actually have to dig into it. And if they have an issue when inside a question, they can click request a regrade, they can put in their request, click request a regrade, and it will send you an email letting you know you have a regrade request, and it will flag it on the instructor side. And here's an example of one that's already gone through. This student missed one out of the 2 options, so they missed the whole point. The student wrote, well, I got one of them correct. Can I get an extra half a point? The instructor wrote back, okay, I'll give you 0.5, and gave them a 0.5 adjustment. So it's very easy to do. And if you don't want to allow regrade requests, don't worry, you don't have to. It's completely up to you. Any questions about the student side or regrade requests? Okay. The other thing I want to mention too is you do have statistics available to you. So inside, when you click on one of your assignments and open it up after you've graded them, over here on the left, you have a regrade request button that we were just talking about before. This is where you can access your regrade requests if you had any, and you can turn it off in your regrade request settings. But underneath the regrade request button, you also have statistics that are available to you. So it'll show you how your students averaged on each question. It'll show you that minimum, median, maximum, mean, and standard deviation. It also hear that those question averages again. But if you actually click into a question, you can actually see how your students averaged on each rubric item as well. So maybe something they're struggling with, something you need to hit a little harder in lecture, that type of thing. And you also have the ability to create what we call tags. So in this case, I've created a chapter tag, a learning objective tag, a difficulty tag, and a discipline tag. To create a tag, all you have to do is click on the line under the question and just start typing. And we'll save those tags for you in an easy dropdown so you can easily apply them to other questions. But once you've created your own custom tags, if you scroll up here to the top right corner and click on this Show Tags button, it'll actually show you how your students averaged on those tagged items as well. So you can be as specific as you want with your tag creation. And you can create reports with this statistical information as well. So very easy to do. I'm going to jump over to gradescope.com. If you are looking to get started immediately, you can create your own Gradescope account. And all you need to do is click on the sign up button here at gradescope.com. You'll click sign up. That'll move you down to this page here where you can click instructor. You can fill out your information here. If you have this optional information, you can include that, but don't worry about it. And you can just click sign up as an instructor. And we'll send you an email with a link to finish off the registration process and create your brand new Gradescope account. And once you have your brand new Gradescope account, when you open that up, you will have a couple of dummy courses in there for you. These are courses, kind of a sandbox for you. You can play around in there. You can create, delete. You can't hurt anything. And then when you're ready, you can start creating your course. Now, down here in the bottom left, anytime you're in your account, you can click on account or this up arrow here and click on this Getting Started guide. And when you click on this Getting Started guide, it's going to take you to this page here that includes a link to pretty much everything you'll need to do inside Gradescope. And each of these links has a video and step-by-step instructions on how to do this. So very easy for you to access. And you can always access that anytime you're inside your account. Let me check chat here just to see. Do you think that the agreement will be completed in time for any summer classes? I would think so, but unfortunately, I'm not a part of that process. So if you could ask, actually, you can email help@gradescope.com and they'll be able to let you know, hopefully maybe let you know that time frame there. Someone wrote, careful, oh, the LaTeX or LaTeX I use will not work in Canvas Math Edit Advanced mode as LaTeX. Okay. Yes, okay. Sorry, I'm reading through these chats, everybody. I apologize. Okay. Okay, does it matter what order we do? Publishing grades versus push to Canvas? No, it doesn't. So you don't actually have to publish grades and give students access to that graded material. You can just use Gradescope to grade and post your grades straight into Canvas, and students do not have to have access to that graded material. You're welcome. The last thing I want to mention here is this website. I'm going to throw this into the chat right now. And this is where you can go for Gradescope remote assessment resources. If you're looking for an on-demand, previously recorded workshop, it's an hour long. You can click on any of these links here and watch that. If you'd like to join a live workshop, you can click this button here for delivering remote assessments live, and we're going to walk through everything together on how to get yourself set up and how to go in deeper into each of these items. Any other questions? Let me put that into the chat here really quick for the link to this page. But yes, from this page, you can click on this on demand for new users. And if you'd like to, you can watch a full workshop anytime if you're looking to get started immediately and don't want to wait for a live workshop. This is a previously recorded workshop that is actually chaptered for you on how to do each little thing inside Gradescope to get you up and running. Okay, I would like to see this with an essay or rubric scenario. Thank you for your time. I can show you that very, very quickly here. I think I've got an extra second, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Let me open this up. So here is a quick essay. All I need to do is click on my student's account here and open up their paper. Here's an example of a paper that they've submitted. You can see I can highlight, I can add comments, I can create my own rubrics, and I can create groups of rubrics. And then I can grade those students based on those groups. And you can also pop out rubrics. If you're looking for the normal rubric view, you can do that as well and grade your students that way. So sorry, I know that was really quick, but I did just want to throw that in there. But I think that brings us pretty close. I'm happy to answer any questions we have. So please go ahead and let me know if you've got any questions. But I think
feel free to go to Nearpod and fill out our poll.
Okay. Well, then I will yield my time back in case anybody needs a little extra time. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate your time. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, well, we're going to break for lunch now. Be sure to come back at 12:30 for our keynote speaker. Keynote speakers, plural, that'll be Dr. Kelly Hogan and Dr. V.G. Safi. They're from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And the keynote address is a great one. I'm very excited about it. Promoting equity through inclusive teaching practices. So you got a little time to make yourself a sandwich, get something to drink. Come on back at 12:30.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We'll be getting started with our keynote speakers in just one moment. I'm glad to see that we still have so many of you with us and growing by the moment. So our keynote speakers will be doing a presentation on promoting equity through inclusive teaching practices. We have with us today Dr. Kelly Hogan and Dr. Vijay Sathi. They're both award-winning instructors with combined 25 years of classroom experience at the University of North Carolina. They're passionate about student success, equity, and inclusion in the classroom. They have expertise with inclusive techniques and active learning in any crowd size, face-to-face or online, because both teach courses routinely with over 100 students, or as it says here, hundreds of students. On their campus, they lead innovative classroom administrative initiatives and that benefit all faculty, students, and staff. Both are leading the campus in curriculum reforms, bringing course-based undergraduate research experience and marker space courses to all disciplines. Kelly and Vijay have shared their work with faculty through hands-on workshops at numerous types of institutions. Both are featured experts in the ACUE's course on teaching effectiveness, have been active in the scholarship of teaching and learning in their respective disciplines of biology and statistics. And their work has been featured in a number of national publications such as the Chronicle for Higher Education and New York Times. And they are currently writing a book together. I discovered them doing a little research on inclusive classrooms. And I ran across a NISOD Innovation abstract from way back in 2015. And I'll put a link to it in the chat if they don't mind. And it was a wonderful read. And I was struck that we needed to hear what they had to say here at Palm Beach State College. And with that, I will turn it over to welcome.
Thank you, Mary, for that very nice introduction.
Thank you.
So as we get started, you see on the screen here, we have this little box that says, as we get settled in Zoom, share and chat where you hope to travel to in the next year. And a few of you have put a few places in. We do this just to show, we do a lot of modeling. So we do this to show what we do in our own classes this year, being on Zoom quite a bit. We found students were a little awkward when they were getting started. And so we wanted to have an activity where students might come early and build a little community. And so we just rotate a variety of questions. And one like this about where you hope to go and travel can be asked in a variety of fun ways. This is one way in which I asked a question where the students had to annotate on the screen. And it started this great back channel conversation about study abroad and who wanted to go where and who had family where, and just nice community building exercise. So we don't want to discredit the ways we can use our physical classroom and our online classrooms for building community before class starts. When I introduce myself, besides my titles, I like to make sure that I model my pronouns. And so I use she, her, and hers. And we know from dealing with lots of students that they really appreciate that kind of modeling. It immediately can put a lot of students at ease. And they like the opportunity to share, but they don't like to be forced into sharing. So modeling simply means just telling yours and giving space for it. And in Zoom, it's so nice because you can even change your name to have your pronouns right there with you. So there are some real perks to this online learning thing too.
Yes, and I'll share that one of the things that I offer is a pronunciation guide. So you see that I've got it phonetically spelled here. It's Vigi. I always tell students if you play Pokemon, it's like the character Pidgey, rhymes with Pidgey. But in this case, like Kelly, I like to leverage the technology we've got here with names right by our faces, but to also provide the pronunciation. Getting names correct is really important. We know this is a key feature of belonging, and we want to do it right. So I'm offering the strategy for providing a phonetic spelling, but I also have an audio pronunciation of my name that I post in a variety of places, like on my syllabus or my website or on my email signature. It's just a link that you click that says, how do you pronounce my name? And it takes you to a recording of me pronouncing my name. So this is something I like to ask students to upload as well, so that I can practice saying their names without having to require them to tell me multiple times, right? So this is really helpful.
And some learning management systems will allow you to also put that pronunciation in. And I know you're spending some time thinking about your learning management system today. I'm not sure if that's feasible on yours.
Sure. Someone's noticed that we've got closed captioning enabled. We do have it enabled, and we encourage you to do this as well for your students and in meetings as well. There are lots of different reasons why closed captioning is very helpful.
Yeah, and this is just through PowerPoint. It's just captioning it. So you could even do this live in a classroom.
So I wanted to get started by asking you all, what emotions are you feeling about your spring 2021 term? Okay, so let's take a moment to think about what just occurred. If we pretended like we were a classroom and I'm the instructor, yeah. We often will pose a question and wait for the responses. And this is just a simple approach, right? You probably noticed that not everybody spoke up, right? In fact, I don't think anybody unmuted. A couple of responses came in through chat, but having just some pause, right? So building in 5 to 7 seconds to wait for responses to come in. It can feel really uncomfortable, that wait time, but it's really important. It just means thinking is happening. And so we want to give people that opportunity to think, in addition to thinking about how we might like to respond to. But this is a simple approach we can all adopt right away, is just pausing for that thought process. So although asking a question to the whole group feels like a very inclusive approach because everyone hears the question potentially or sees the question, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily feeling equally able to answer the question. So now I want to ask you a different question. What are the possible reasons students may not speak up when we pose questions to a whole group? This time, however, I want to model a slightly different approach. Rather than just throwing an open-ended question out and waiting for responses, I want you all to be thinking to yourself. So I'm going to moderate some silent thinking time, about 10 seconds. And I'm going to ask that you write your response in the chat, but don't hit enter yet. So just hang on to it. You'll compose the response, and then I'm going to give you a countdown and I'll cue when I want you to hit enter so that we see them all at once. So for right now, 10 seconds to think to yourself about why we might not hear from every student when we pose a question to the whole group, why certain students may not speak up when we pose a question to the whole group. Okay, if you'll find your way to the chat box and start typing your response, but don't hit enter. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so let's take a moment as these responses are coming in to see why we might not hear from every student. They might be distracted. They might not have heard the question. They might be afraid to answer. Technology, right? Like they might not be able to get their technology to work for them, for online in particular. English as a second language. They may have some concern in addition to sharing what their answer might be, just even how they might phrase it. Yeah, I often hear fear of being wrong or apprehension, or if they're like me, maybe just wanting to hang back a little bit and seeing what other responses might be in the room and what I might be able to contribute that could be different from those responses. Yeah, all good reasons. So this is an example of, and especially, yes, with background noise, like this is something I like to remind people when we're in this online environment that we're in people's homes. And so we're a guest there, and we don't get to control how things are working on their end. So having the option to be cameras off, muted, all those kinds of things are a way to give them the space to engage in the way that they can engage. Okay, great. So when we don't have structure in our facilitation, we're leaving it up to chance that everybody will participate equally, and we don't want to leave it to chance. So one of the approaches that Kelly and I like to use in our own teaching is to be giving a cue, a visual cue about when we want students to do something and in what ways. So we're going to show an example of that here through these blue boxes. So our instructions to you on how to participate throughout the session are going to be in blue boxes. And what we like about this approach, and you can use green or gold, you can use whatever colors you would like to use. But what we like about this approach is that students attune to these boxes. When they see them on the screen, they know, oh, it's my turn to do something with the material. And I like it from the instructional perspective, because when I pan out and look at potentially my whole slide deck, if I don't see enough of these blue boxes, then I know I'm going a little bit too long without giving them a chance to reflect on the material, to answer a question, to really incorporate it in some way, in some kind of practice format. So that's how we're going to show it to you in this session.
So let's do a quick case study. An elementary teacher teaching remotely asks her students to each make a self-portrait that they can present to the online class when they will meet a week later. Jack and his parent went to the store and picked out supplies. The teacher was effusive in her praise for Jack's creativity and final product. Jill worked on her project with a pen she found in her sister's pile of stuff in their shared room. The teacher told her it was very nice artwork. Jill felt jealous of Jack's work. So we want to take a moment to reflect about this self-portrait activity with this question here. Besides looking different from each other, what are some reasons why the final outcome of the two elementary school self-portraits differ? So we're going to use the chat again, but please don't put an answer right away. We're going to give you a little bit of time to think and type something, and then we'll hit enter all at the same time. And it's really important that we not rush into hearing from one person right away, because silence is inclusive. It allows all students to synthesize ideas at their own pace. So let's take a little bit of silent time. All right, I'll give you a countdown and we'll hit enter. 3, 2, 1, go. Great, let's take a moment to look through some of the ideas in the chat together. Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot about access to supplies. The resources in this case were for the supplies, right? The pens or the clay or whatever. But clearly there was some difference with parent support, and we don't know why, right? But there was parent support difference. Did the parents complete the project? Some questions there. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of similarities around that. So I want you to kind of think broadly about these differences that we can see. And when we think about these resource differences, we're really seeing a difference potentially in privilege between the two families, right? And so I want to expand this now to the kinds of differences that affect our students in higher ed classrooms. And sometimes they're not always as obvious, but what are these differences? How might they affect our students' experience? And we're going to use a tool, unlike the chat tool where it's not anonymous, we're going to use a tool called polleverywhere.com where your answers are anonymous. And so Viji is going to put into the chat the link to Poll Everywhere. So you can just click on that. And this is an upvote question. So if somebody puts an answer in that you like, you don't have to retype it. You can just tap upvote and we'll get a consensus of what some of the common answers are here. So I'll give you some quiet time to get that in. And if you're having any trouble getting to the Poll Everywhere link, feel free. You can use the chat if you want, or you can just see what others are entering. That's fine too. So I'm seeing a lot of great ideas that are starting to bubble up here, right? Access to resources. And when we think about that in higher ed, of course, we might be thinking about clay and pens and pencils, but this year has really shown us we're talking a lot about devices and internet and hotspots and all of those things that allow students to keep learning during a pandemic, right? And I love that you put all these perceptions around how students feel, right? Emotion is so important in higher ed and how students feel and how they're able to access their learning if they're feeling low self-esteem or inferiority. Privilege comes in many forms. It's not just pens and pencils and laptops. It's the ability to have time to focus, right? So you've got some ideas here about some students working full time. Others have extra time for extra classwork. Yeah, and some students will feel like Jill. They'll feel like it's unfair that they don't have X, Y, and Z, right? And so a lot of the things that play out in that scenario with the elementary school project are there for our students in higher ed. And we know that in some cases, parents make a big difference in higher ed too, right? And if not parents, spouses, other support mechanisms, right? That kind of support is there for some students and not for others. Great ideas here. The other thing I want to point out is that the assignment itself could have had more structure. So what do I mean by this? The teacher could have said only pencils and crayons are to be used. And then the school can make sure every student has a kit of both pencils and crayons. And then both drawings might better reflect the diversity of ideas rather than the privilege of one family versus another, right? So in an ideal world, each institution buys a student a laptop, makes sure they all have the bandwidth and hotspots that they need in learning in a pandemic, right? That would just be one idea. And then all students would have the level playing field around the resources, right? But we know in many cases around textbooks, resources, time, all these things really do vary for our students. So we want to think about this word structure a bit more. So the take-home message from how Viji started us off and thinking about this case study is that unstructured learning environments can lead to unfairness, feelings of exclusion, and collisions of students' cultural background with the learning environment. Adding structure to learning environments can mitigate unfairness, promote feelings of inclusion, and promote student success. So this word structure is one of our favorite words, and we feel it's an empowering word because it's something that as the instructor of a course, you can add and start to begin to reduce some inequities and feelings that students have about unfairness. So the definition of an inclusive classroom, the one that we like to use, is that the instructor and students move away from assumptions that some students are lacking. So we don't want to blame diversity. Diversity is not a problem. We don't want to blame our students for the differences they bring. In fact, it's a strength. We want to move toward the idea that learning environments and course designs lacking structure are a problem. So learning environments and course designs. Who's in charge of that? We are as instructors, right? So once again, when we start to think about the power that we have as instructors to change the learning environment and our course designs, we can start to feel like we can reduce some of these inequities that play out in a classroom. So we'll be sharing some of our ideas and stories around that idea of structure. We also want to address the idea of inclusive teaching, and is it different? Is it something different from active learning? And we don't think of it that way. We like to think of it as an inclusive overlay to whatever it is we're doing. So if you think about active learning, on one end of the spectrum, students may be taking notes, right? And when this is happening, the instructor is usually lecturing or explaining something. As we move along this continuum, students are more active when they're constructing ideas. And then most active, they're even constructing ideas and doing that collaboratively. And this is when we reach some really high levels of thinking, right? As students are maybe evaluating each other's work, arguing with each other, and so on. And in any one class session, you're likely moving along this continuum, right? So the question with inclusive teaching is this idea of an overlay. Are there structures in place that ensure all students have the ability to succeed with whatever it is you're doing? So if you're lecturing and explaining something and students are taking notes, how can we ensure that students with so many diverse backgrounds succeed, right? So let's think about some different types of students. We have multilingual learners who maybe can't keep up with the pace. We have some students with learning differences who aren't quite sure how to organize notes. We may have some students that come from backgrounds where they were never really taught how to take good notes, right? That's just 3 examples. Is there something we can do to bring more structure to this? So one idea would be skeleton outlines. And that idea is that we have these sort of outlines that give an expert overview, but we leave spaces for students to take notes. This can help the students that need us to go a little slower so they don't have to write everything down. It also helps the students that don't know how to take notes. They're getting some good modeling of how to start the structure of note taking. Constructing ideas. Are there structures in place to ensure that everyone knows the question being asked, right? They can't synthesize ideas if they aren't even able to understand what's being asked of them. So one important thing is to have visual prompts with the questions. So I learned this the hard way. I teach 400 plus students in a Bio 101 course. Started doing a lot more active learning where I started engaging them in activities. And immediately I pose a question and they turn to each other. What'd she say? What does she want us to do? And so, it was really clear I needed lots of ways for students to access the question. So there are visual prompts, there are audio prompts, and this helps students who miss the question or just want to revisit it several times, right? The other key is pausing, time to construct ideas. I've observed different instructors at different times who have these great activities planned, and then they just keep reading the question and talking over the students, and no one really gets that quiet time to think. So silence, once again, is really important in the classroom. Lastly, what about the inclusive overlay for collaboration? So what is it that we can do to help students succeed with group work, knowing that they come in with a variety of backgrounds, right? So think about all the differences you can think of with your students. What structures could help them succeed more with group work? So we want to brainstorm together again. We're going to use Poll Everywhere again. And we're going to ask you what structures can help more students succeed with group work. So anything that you've tried or you remember being a student and you wished you had in place as a structure for group work, let's just brainstorm some ideas together. Great. There are so many great ideas here. So first and foremost, clear goals and objectives for that group work, right? And assigning roles in the group that can take on many different forms. It could be that someone is going to be a facilitator, someone will take notes, someone will share out to the whole group when we come back as a class. But it could also be someone is going to play devil's advocate or other roles within your discipline. Grouping the students, right? So how do you want to group them? Are you assigning groups, right? And if you are, how are you assigning them to those groups? There's no right answer there, but you might go with various learning strengths, styles, things like that. You may decide that you've got some underrepresented students and you want to group them together, right? So there's no right or wrong, but setting those assignments and being intentional. Set boundaries. Each person has X amount of time to talk and listen. Each has a chance to share, no judgment. I like this one because it's kind of gets at the idea that we have to teach our students how to do group work. We can't just assume that they know how to do this. And the more we can model and give time for students to get into those groups and work functionally and have some feedback about how those groups are working functionally is really important. And it might just be that they're in discussion breakout groups that are more informal, and it might be semester-long projects. So it's really important that we think about being intentional with the structure here. Okay, so this was not meant to be exhaustive, but the idea really was that you start brainstorming whatever it is you're doing to think about, is there a more inclusive overlay to what I'm doing? What structures could help more students succeed? And I find it really helpful to think about certain students, like the student that works many hours, or the student that is just learning English. What are the ways that we can help all the different kinds of students we can imagine? There's some great stuff going on in the chat too, and I certainly encourage you to have a back channel conversation and chat with each other, answer questions. That's all great with us. The inclusive classroom, we like to think of it as having two structured components. So there's the course design and the classroom environment. The course design is very much like what is on your syllabus before you even meet your students: objectives, opportunities for practice, number of tests. And when we think about a low structure for course design, we have to ask, who is that leaving behind? So an example of a low course structure might be a class where there are maybe 2 midterm exams or 2 papers if you're in a writing-based discipline, and maybe a final, right? So that doesn't leave a lot of opportunities for practice. Students may not realize that they need to edit their writing many times, or that they need to space out their studying and not cram right before a test. So the students that don't have that know-how, which is actually quite a number of students who don't know how learning works, are going to be left behind. So if we know how learning works, we can build a more inclusive classroom by requiring that practice and those components and distributing that across our structure. The class environment, who's being left behind if, say, we mostly use the kind of facilitation Viji started us off with, which is asking a question to the whole class. You gave us lots of ideas for why people don't want to speak up, right? About being wrong or introverted, or maybe they have an accent. For whatever reason, we aren't always going to hear people from that one mode. So diversifying the modes, including written forms, anonymous forms, all of that will make that classroom environment more inclusive. So we're going to share some of our own experience with a higher structure, more inclusive classroom. So I'll get started, and then I'm going to pass it off to Viji to share her work. So about 10 years ago, I changed the way I was teaching my class. And the reason has everything to do with some data that I saw about my course. And here are the data. 1 in 20 white or Asian students were earning a D or an F, but 1 in 4 underrepresented students were earning a D or an F. And this just was like a punch in the gut to me. It was not okay with me that there were such discrepancies. And at this point in time as a teacher, I was being told that I was a good teacher by students and colleagues. And I looked at this and I was just shocked. Is this good teaching? Is this the outcome of good teaching? Nationally, I was learning that about 40% of students intending to major in the sciences graduate with a science degree, and only 15% of minoritized students intending to major in the sciences or graduating with a science degree. So this really saddened me and convinced me there was a problem and that I was contributing to this problem. So I really wanted to think about ways to level the playing field a bit. I was learning at that time a lot about learning, and it became really crystal clear to me that it's practice, not lecture, that's necessary for student learning. And I think we inherently know this. If you think about how you learn to drive, you don't watch somebody drive. Even 10, 15 years of watching doesn't mean you can drive, right? So not only do you have to have this permit where you begin driving, you have to be with a teacher, right, who provides that immediate feedback, has some tolerance for some mistakes, right? And you get that practice over and over, distributed over time. And I wanted that for my biology classroom. So I also thought about how technology could help me get there. I wanted to make sure that students had this practice and that it was required before, during, and after class, and where they had an opportunity to get immediate feedback. So that could be through technology or through peers, but I wanted to have this structure where we were using technology to really help me reach my goals. So I settled on a homework system to go along with my discipline, as well as a lot of polling in the classroom and group work. So I was convinced there were solutions I could try, and I implemented them, and I captured what was happening in a research study where I looked at 3 semesters of me teaching a lower structure class to a higher structure, more inclusive class. So 3 semesters compared with hundreds of students in each group. And the good news is that all students performed better. So I was really excited about seeing these data. But even better news was that the performance increased disproportionately for some students. So this applied to first-generation college students. In fact, it closed an achievement gap for these students that I didn't even know existed because I hadn't seen data about this student group. My work in my first 3 semesters narrowed the achievement gap for Black students, so it was a halving of that gap, and continued to narrow gaps for a variety of underrepresented groups. Most importantly, failure rates dropped by 40%, which means more students had the opportunity to stay in STEM. I didn't have to be this gatekeeper. Our students sometimes like to call these weed out courses, and I really take offense to that because I really want all of my students to succeed. And if they don't want to be scientists, that should be their choice, not me gatekeeping. So because demographic data were so important to the development of my teaching, I'm wondering, have you ever seen demographic data associated with your courses? So I've just put a poll up onto the screen. If you'll just quickly give me a yes or no. All right, it looks like we're at close to 70-30, so about 70% of participants have never seen demographic data associated with your courses. And it's a really interesting question to think about. Who would you need to talk to get these kinds of data if you wanted to? They can be kind of sensitive data. And what would you do with them? So this probably just requires a lot more thinking and talking on within your units, right? But Viji and I have been able to do some of this work on our own campus, and we've come up with a dashboard with some other people. It's called My Course Analytics Dashboard. And it's a tool for instructors to see the diversity. So you can just see by demographics who's in your past classes, but then you can also sort it by grade distribution. And so if you have some major inequities, they can show up pretty quickly, and you can start thinking about how you want to address those differences. So we'll just leave it there as food for thought to think about what you would do with these data and how you might be able to get them.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about the changes I made to my course, and some of it was driven by data. One of the things that I was encountering, I teach a quantitative course, a statistics class, in particular, that's the introductory course, often for psychology and neuroscience majors. So they're there because it's part of the requirements, but don't necessarily understand why it's a requirement yet. And so oftentimes students will come to me at the beginning of the class and they'll just say, I want to warn you, I'm not a math person. And this was something that was happening pretty frequently. And I found it frustrating because I know that my students could do well, especially in an introductory statistics course, but I didn't really like that out the gate, they were not thinking that they could do well in a course like this. And so this article in the Atlantic really spoke to me, the myth of I'm bad at math and basic ability in the subject isn't the product of good genes, but hard work. And I wondered, is there something I could be doing about the way I'm teaching that helps convey that it might just be how they approach the work and not necessarily something they either can or can't do, or feel like they don't have the gene for, right? So one of the things that prompted me to redesign, in addition to this, was a dissatisfaction with the way the class was going. So I've got a picture here of a fish swimming upstream and out of water, which is exactly how the classroom felt to me. And I'm sharing this also because English is a second language for me, and learning idioms growing up were really challenging. I always second guessed whether or not I was using them correctly. So now anytime I can, I do. And here I'm sharing that teaching felt like I was swimming upstream and out of water. I was swimming upstream because I would look out at a sea of faces and not sure if they were really with me. And I didn't really like that I didn't know that they weren't with me until, say, an exam rolled around. And then the other part of it is it felt like it was just out of water. Like it wasn't really like using my strengths in the classroom to just stand up there, perform a calculation, wonder if it was landing appropriately, and then move on. What I really wanted to do was walk around the room as they were solving problems to figure out how I might be able to help them, or now pop into a breakout room and see where they're stuck and how I can get them unstuck. So I wanted to think about how I might leverage my own strengths in the classroom. So one of the things I did early on was, like Kelly, I was going to professional development workshops. I was learning about different things related to learning, and I was curious about the pace of lecture. Statistics is a cumulative course. So if you aren't really understanding some core concepts early on, it can compound over time. And one of the things I wanted to do was gauge how the pace of lecture was going for students. So I used Poll Everywhere. This is about 10 years ago. I was using Poll Everywhere in class. And one of the things I asked was to just tell me about the pace of lecture, thinking I was shooting down the middle, which for 40% of the students, they said it was just right most of the time. But that meant for 60% of students, it was not right. And I needed to think about how I leveled that playing field of content delivery, again, because it's a cumulative course. If it's going too fast, then it's just going to get more and more confusing. And if it's too slow, it could be frustrating for students. So I wanted to try to leverage technology to level that playing field, and recording videos of my sort of working the problems became one of the ways in which I could do that. I had gone to professional development workshops, and a colleague had presented. This tool was Camtasia that I use, but now there are many different kinds of tools for lecture capture. And because I was designing it as a study, I basically used exactly the same materials I would have used in class to record a short segment of me working a problem. But now I ask that they watch it before they come to class, and then we do other things in class sessions, like get started on the homework assignment, for example. And what was nice about this approach is that students who needed to watch it maybe 2-3 times, maybe rewatch it before an exam, could do that pretty easily. And then students who maybe saw the formula and knew exactly what to do with it didn't need to watch me work through a problem. They could just go on to tackle the problem, right? So hopefully things like this helped level that playing field, but I wanted to collect some data around that question. So in addition to administering a common final exam, like Kelly did with her work, where I saw these learning gains for all students. And I'll point out one of the things that I was also curious about, because we sometimes hear this critique, is that it might only help certain students, like it might harm the students who are, say, already doing quite well in the course. And the study that I published showed that actually the gain is across the distribution. Even students who do very well still still do well. They don't have as much room to grow on the top end of the distribution, but they do better. And I've also asked questions about their interest in the subject matter, because as I pointed out, sometimes they don't really know why they're in the class like this. And what was occurring was I was going to my professional development workshops, professional workshops in quantitative psychology. And I'd look out in the room and I'd often only see one, if not any, people who looked like me at the quantitative psychology conferences. And I wondered, why was there such a disparity in my professional conferences and what I was seeing in the classroom in terms of who was in the room? And so I wanted to figure out, could I increase their interest in the subject matter? Because that's part of it, is to do well in an introductory course, but also to like it so that you might consider taking the next course and maybe the next after that, or doing a research project. So trying to diversify who participates in my field by seeing if I could increase their interest in the subject matter. And so a scale like this helped me gauge that, in fact, it did improve as a function of redesigning the course. They did start to like the subject matter more. They felt like it was more interesting, it was more relevant. And that, I think, speaks to some of the assignments we were doing in class to show that this is not only relevant, but they could answer questions of their own interest, and that statistics can be a tool for that. So I think this allowed me to show them more authentically what it would be like to be a statistician. So one of the questions I wanted to ask you is if you've ever polled your students about the pace of lecture. Is this something you've considered doing? And Kelly's posting a poll on Zoom now. If you could just tell me yes or no, this is something you've done. Okay, so I'm seeing about 60% say no, and 40% say yes. So slightly more no's than yes. And this is a really simple technique. You could do it exactly this way through a poll in terms of how, if you should slow down or increase your speed or stay the same. But I really enjoy doing this because it conveys to the students that you care about that pace and that it seems right for a lot of students. So it can be something that you do once in a class session. It could be something you do 3-4 times, depending on how dense the material is. You may need to do that. And it does tell the students that you're not going to just keep plowing ahead without considering how they may be receiving that information. So this is something you could do right away. So we spent a little bit of time talking about inequities that could arise in an unstructured learning environment and describing some techniques that could add structure and equity to a classroom. And we want to move into practicing a little bit of some of these ideas through a scenario. So brainstorming some ways to reduce inequities through a scenario we've devised for you. And our tip here is to check off objectives as you go along so students know what they should be doing and how they should do it, like you're clear about what the purposes are. And what we find is really nice about these kinds of objectives for each lesson is that they can then extract them, and it forms the basis of a really great study guide about all of the content that you might need to have known by a certain point. So this is the scenario we'd like you to consider. It is quite a lengthy one here, so I'm going to read it to you, and then what we're going to have you do is just think about tips that you might have for the instructor, and then we'll prompt you to enter them in chat, but similar to what we did before, where you're all thinking, and we're not putting a response in until everybody's had a chance to consider it. An introductory biology course is taught by an instructor that gives 3 exams and a final. The syllabus lists topics, and the instructor sticks to these topics each day with a clear lecture via PowerPoint slides. The instructor is an engaging lecturer that many students like. There's a textbook and a campus help center that the instructor sends struggling students to. Taylor's a struggling student. He's from a rural town in the state, and neither of his parents attended college. He failed his first exam, and it seems that everyone else knew what to study and how to study. High school was a breeze, but he doesn't even know where to begin to approach this class. For some of you, this might sound like a familiar scenario. So what tips do we have for the instructor to bring more structure to the class that promotes equity for the student? So again, you feel free to type your responses in the chat window, but don't hit enter, just hang on to them. Let's just take a moment of silent time to think through this. Okay, so maybe you've considered a tip or two, and we're going to respond in the chat with our solutions potentially to the scenario. And I'm going to prompt you with a countdown again. So 3, 2, 1, go. Awesome. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the suggestions that are here. And as we're thinking about this scenario, also reflecting on what tips there are, we've spent a lot of time thinking about facilitation and equitable facilitation. And this one really is thinking about the course design aspect of things. But something we want you to be thinking about throughout your teaching is both the environment and the course design. So while the scenario is focused on potentially the design feature, hopefully we've modeled some approaches around the facilitation that you could take away. Mm-hmm. Yeah, more formative assessments. Yeah, I like the suggestion of meeting with the students. It can be challenging though, depending on the number of students you have. It could be hard not only to identify those students ahead of time for whom you might like to meet, but just the sheer volume of students who might want to meet with you. So things like having more frequent formative assessments can give both you and the student some sense about how they're doing, and give you some data to work with, right? Mm-hmm. Practice exams and study guides. Considering study groups, right? And again, thinking about that structure. So would they have something that they might work on together in that study group that could help them prepare? Yeah, how you might pick at bottlenecks. I like this idea. I mean, I think of myself as an instructor as not just somebody who knows the content, but somebody who knows where people get stuck and where some of those common misconceptions might be, and helping the students tease out those, and making sure that they don't make the same misconceptions about the material. That's where our experience comes to play. So it's really helpful to be thinking about those traps we might like to think about in our content that students might fall for. Yeah, I love a lot of the suggestions here. I'm going to offer some of the ones that we had considered as well for this one, and many of them echo some of these ideas. That collecting assessment evidence, ideally from every student at every class, helps that student practice high stakes assessments. It helps them improve their metacognition. So do I really know this material? Neither you nor the student wants to be surprised at the exam, for example, or on a paper that they didn't really know what they should have known in order to do well. Kelly and I use what are called TTQs, or typical test questions. And we will call out a question that we might pose in class, like we might use a poll question, and we will label it as a TTQ in parentheses. So students know, oh, this is the caliber of question I will be asked to work on in an upcoming assessment. Because we know that not all questions are the same, and students really do need some guidance about the kinds of questions that you expect for them to be able to answer. So that's a really helpful approach to provide some transparency around those questions. Course structure with required, not optional practice before, during, and after class. I think oftentimes as instructors, we feel that need to sort of post resources, right? To share as much as we can to really provide lots of resources to them, but don't always recognize that some of our students know to take advantage of every resource we provide on a website or a learning management system, and some students just don't have this bandwidth or the time to be able to take advantage of those resources. So we create inequity when we potentially post things and hope that they come. Rather thinking about instead ways, for example, in my own course, when I made what I thought was an amazing study guide the first few times I taught the course, and only realizing when I dug into the learning management system that not everybody even opened the document, which is disheartening, right? So I recognized that I needed to just make it required that students engage in that study guide, because I thought it was an important study guide to do. So now it's just assignment 4 before the exam that all students complete, rather than expecting them to do it, because optional is hard. And especially during these times, optional is very challenging. Some of us have more bandwidth for it than others. A syllabus that has clear dates and deadlines with specific readings and goals. And again, just a kind of a guide map of where they should be and by when, so that they're really checking that they're understanding things at the pace that they should be understanding them. And hopefully you're averting some disaster before it happens. Objectives presented for each lesson with less telling and more asking, so students can learn what they know and don't know, and tests align with these objectives. This is one that's really important because we know that some study skills are more effective than others. And so rereading, for example, a textbook is not as effective as recalling some of the information that you might have just read. And so in the same way, when we ask questions, we're really asking students to engage with the material that they know or don't know. And they get a sense of what they feel comfortable with, rather than feeling comfortable when they see the answer that they might be able to do it on their own. And I use an exercise with my students to kind of demonstrate this point. Like I say, think about how often you've handled a penny, maybe less so now. Students could pick out a penny if you lined up a penny, a quarter, and a dime and asked them on a multiple choice test which one's a penny. But if you ask them to draw a penny, that's much harder, right? To be able to recall the details of a penny and the phrasing of the text there. So really thinking about posing questions more than telling, so that students practice that skill. Consider a grading schema where each exam carries less weight and there are more lower stakes quizzes and assignments, or an exam grade can be dropped. These are all ways in which we convey hope to our students, right? That you can make a misstep early on and it's okay. You're gonna be okay as long as we work on some of these issues. Like maybe there's an exam wrapper. I think somebody mentioned like talking through an exam. So really thinking through where there might be opportunities for doing better in the future, or maybe dropping in a quiz or test, so that there is hope for a good grade at the end. And we know that failure and some form of misstep is an important part of learning. However, when we look at our grading schema, we don't often incorporate approaches that convey that value, that it's okay to make a misstep and that it won't harm you. If we average all the grades, and if you miss an exam or you miss an assignment, that 0 has a really horrible impact on an average, right? But if we get to drop something, or if we say, actually, you only need to get 75% correct for it to be an A, then we're really conveying that it's okay to not get it perfect. Explicitly acknowledging that differences exist with students, and that with a growth mindset, all students can achieve. This is really important, and they see us as experts in the classroom, but we all know we weren't experts immediately. It took a lot of practice to get where we are, and that we're all still learning things, and oftentimes we feel frustrated with that process. So just reminding them and saying that, yes, this is hard material, or this is challenging, and that with a growth mindset that you'll get there. And Kelly and my favorite word sometimes is just the word yet. Like, you may not know how to do this yet, but by the end of the semester, or by the end of your time here, that you'll have mastered some of these skills. So we've spent a little bit of time now thinking about inequities. This is just the beginning of a conversation. There's only so much you could do in an hour to really think about this, but we wanted to offer this lens of thinking about this mindset of inclusion. How do I provide structure around something? in the hopes that you will continue to have conversations with your colleagues. So you'll say, hey, I want to try this assignment with my students, or I want to do this activity in my class. Can you think about how I might add structure so that it is more inclusive, so that you're spending some time really improving whatever that is over time. And so we're just thinking of this as the beginning of more conversations for you all, and not necessarily a one and done, right?
So as we near our end of our time together, we're wondering if we can end with a reflection activity. So the question to reflect upon is, now that we've spent some time thinking about inclusive teaching, provide something specific you will do as a result of the discussion. And maybe it's something you're going to do tomorrow, or maybe it's something that's going to take you a few semesters to get there. But what are you thinking about today, now that we've prompted some thought around this? So I'll give you a little bit of time to put your answers into pollev.com/Carolina, and Viji has put that link into the chat again. And these ideas about silent space and pace of lecture, if you're somebody that's trying to move away from lecture only, that's a great place to start, is to just have some silent space and ask students to write down reflections or catch up on their notes. That in itself is inclusive.
Yeah, I think about that a lot. Having been a student who, once a student started speaking to a response to a question, I felt like I couldn't keep track of my own thoughts, right? So really protecting that time for students to be able to come up with their own thoughts is helpful. And then providing an avenue for sharing so that they can see all the people who have potentially really good ideas in the room, and having Poll Everywhere or using the chat. Once we transition to in-class instruction or more in-class instruction, really thinking through, how do we keep that space, that sacred space, for everybody to think about their responses and to have a chance to weigh in? Because we know that the first person to speak or the loudest person to speak doesn't necessarily always have the best ideas. So how do we convey that in our teaching as well?
Really nice student-centered ideas here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some of the we've been in situations where people want to gauge, for example, something, and they'll say, who's not finished, right? And that's really hard, because you have to admit that you didn't finish the task. So instead, you might try something else, like, let's turn on our cameras when or if you can turn on cameras, let's turn on our cameras when everybody's finished with the task, or put your pencils down when everybody's done. So you can kind of gauge that without having to ask people to raise their hand when they're not done. Those can be simple kinds of approaches.
I personally miss walking around the classroom and just getting a sense of quietly knowing where students are by viewing what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these are all really nice reflections and some nice to-dos. We've probably got about a minute or two left. If anybody wants to post a question in the chat, that'd probably be our most efficient way right now to answer a few questions. Or comments, doesn't have to be a question.
Mm-hmm. I'm dropping in the links to Kelly and my handle on Twitter so that, again, we're eager to keep the conversation going. So keep sharing with us there. That's a good way to stay in touch. And we'd love to hear about the approaches you're using.
Yeah, absolutely. The world is changing. We can't close our eyes to all the feelings our students have right now, and all the ways that we can provide a nice safe space for students in the classroom to feel that we care about them, right? And sometimes it's that simple. I really care about you are the words you need to say to your students. And you may think that's so obvious, but to them, it's not always so obvious. So great. Thank you so much. We really appreciated and valued being invited to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hogan. Thank you, Dr. Sathe. It's a great conversation and a lot of food for thought today.
We also have a Padlet over in Nearpod if you'd like to share some more ideas about your takeaways from this presentation. You can access that through our Nearpod link for the day. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was inspiring, enlightening. I'm so glad you could join us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to hear a bit about Kaltura, a tool that many of you are using and some probably plan to use more in Canvas. So next up is Dr. Robert Jones.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Rob. Also, I want to thank the previous keynote speakers because my head is now reeling with all the things that they brought up, and I'm, finding it, just incredibly stimulating. So thank you for sharing to Dr. Hogan and Dr. Sathe. So videos are something that I have done quite a bit of work with currently in Blackboard, and am looking at ways to do more with video in Blackboard. I have a kind of somewhat lengthy history with VLEs going back to my first job in higher ed at FAU back in 2006, where we were using Blackboard at that time. After that, I moved to the UK, and there was about 5 different virtual learning environments that I had to use. And I noticed a consistency where it was all the same. It was just words on a screen, text on a screen, text on a screen. And when I was fortunate enough to land my current job in the bachelor's program teaching business writing, I noticed not much had really changed. It was still just words on a screen, words on a screen, words on a screen. And I personally thought that that was a bad idea. This is, a Web 2.0 society, and many of the students are used to seeing video. This was also coupled with the manifestation of an injury that I received when I was in the military, where sometimes typing is actually kind of a painful activity for me. So I started making videos for my students about nearly everything. I started making videos for like capsule lectures. I was making feedback videos for their assignments. And then over the terms, I started doing, introduction videos because I felt that was a really great way to introduce myself to my students. And it is. And there's actually a Canvas elective in the Canvas readiness certificate that is about using video introductions as a way to connect and engage with your students. And it's something that I've been doing for, since 2016 now. And the feedback I get from my students about the videos is that it's great. They actually know, I think they know normally, but they can see an actual live, living, breathing human being on the other side of their computer screen that's guiding and leading their class. It also does come down, I think, video to some areas of inclusivity. With introduction videos, again, I kind of, I show myself, we talk, but also when it comes to instructional videos through the course, I, make sure that the closed captioning is on and students can listen to these at different points. So with, any, people that are at work, people that might be commuting, if they don't have anything better to do, they can listen to me talk about how to write a research paper, over video on their phone. One of the things that Ed asked me to do was to show a brief clip of one of my introduction videos. So I'm going to show the one that I used for Spring Online, and then we're going to talk about I'll kind of talk a little bit about why it's structured the way that it is. Actually, hold on, I'm going to need to stop that. I forgot to share audio, sorry. All right, well, hello and welcome to GEB 3213 online for spring 2021. My name is Dr. Rob Jones. I will be your instructor or professor for this class. It's nice to meet all of you in this virtual environment. What I'd like to do is just kind of give you a quick little heads up about some things that you'll want to take care of straight away. Introduce myself, also let you know that these video messages are going to be a key part of how I communicate with you. I often provide instruction, tips, and tricks on how to do well on the assignments via this channel. So please make sure that you are watching these videos when I post them. I will post them a few times a week as well, so I know that may get a bit tedious. I'd also like to introduce you. Forgot about you, my cat. This is Mina. She's very lovely, but you will probably hear her in the background. I'm not ignoring her. She's just particularly, musy sometimes. All right, so let's take a look at our Blackboard course shell, and I'm going to kind of talk you through just a few things that you're going to want to take care of very, very quickly. I've just picked one of my online classes to show you here. If you're in the other one, these are the coursework is identical and the layout and structure is going to be identical here. So don't worry if your reference number does not match. The very first thing that you are going to want to do is go right here to the Start Here tab. Very important. What you'll see is my bio, which you can care about or not, and a little introduction there. That's my office phone number. All right, I think that's enough. What I do at that point is I start walking the students through the Start Here menu, and I walk them through the first lesson to kind of give them a sense of what's going to come about. And I've gotten some great feedback on students from doing this because they sometimes find things like the Start Here menu to be a touch, it's long. There's a lot in it. I mean, it's not bad. It's really wonderfully designed, but as they scroll down, I think it gets to be a bit much. But I talk them through the various discrete elements. I make sure they know about signing the course contract. I make sure they know about completing ELO 1000. And then again, from that point on, it becomes a matter of my students know that every week and almost on schedule, they know that Monday morning, I will usually post a video first thing that will kind of wrap up the week that we just had, assuming we're in media res in the term. Tuesday, I post a video going over the week to come. And then usually Thursday or Friday, I'll talk about, kind of course corrections during the week or changes or updates. And then that's on top of videos to, again, break down certain topics, in business writing, show them, the keynote speakers talked about, not just putting resources up, but letting students know they're there. That's another type of video that I post every week. We have resources for tasks, videos go up for that, and I walk them through the resources themselves. And again, I think right now we're in a Web 2.0 world. If you're not putting videos up, you're really missing a key engagement point. And also for those online students, sometimes it helps them, especially if there are language issues, second language issues. I've worked a lot and extensively with students who are non-native English speakers. Being able to hear someone talk about a task as well as read through the instructions can be incredibly valuable for students and can be another point, again, where it can help them click in and make the right choices. And again, that's, kind of some of the stuff I do with videos. And what I can say is, you may not have noticed this in the very professional way I did that first introduction video, but most of this is usually done in one take. Grant you, if I make a mistake, I'll delete it and move on to another one. But I like a free-flowing, casual, conversational approach in my classrooms. And so I try to model that as well in the online space. I usually keep the introduction. This one's 8 minutes. That's on the lengthy side, I think, for an intro video. But my capsule videos usually run about 10 minutes for a chapter. And then instructional videos, I try to keep those around 8 to 10 minutes. Again, just to kind of give students the detail and the instruction that I think they should have for various tasks. And all I can say is, based on the epic student feedback I've received over my time here at Palm Beach State College, they really do appreciate it. My students are, every year, every term, I am completely, just amazed at how many good comments I get on the fact that that I do videos, and B, that the videos are instructive. I mean, and it's for all different types: capsule videos, demonstration videos, and feedback videos on their assignments. So I guess, my pitch here is, if you can't, yeah, absolutely, students can reply to the videos. Sorry, I'm looking in the chat room now and seeing that there's some questions. Yes, students absolutely can, and I encourage it. And Canvas actually makes it a lot easier, I think, than Blackboard, at least from what I've seen in Canvas. There's, they can respond right below, they can like and unlike, they can make videos and, send them back. So it's a pretty good system. Again, if we're thinking about engagement and being engaging, students generally some students, not all, can be quite positively impacted by that. The other thing is, speaking instructions and speaking language is a lot different than reading it. And sometimes written instructions, readers can infer a lot of things from the implication in written instructions. So backing it up with video where you're speaking and you're unconsciously or subconsciously kind of moderating your pitch and your tone, emphasizing certain keywords, emphasizing certain points, can be, very, very beneficial for students. And so I just can't say enough about what my students like about videos. And I think with that, I was going to turn it over to my co-presenter, Ed. I think we're right to time here, Ed, is that correct?
Yes, thank you so much, Rob, for showing a bit of your introduction video, just to kind of showcase how it really is important to kind of show a bit of your personality and invite people into your home space to create that great first impression, not only in, your introduction videos, but really just overall. So thank you again, Rob, for giving us an example of that. And so for my part, rather than give you the whole, kind of step-by-step on how to operate Kaltura, I actually have a couple of resources for you. And if someone from my team can actually put some of those links in the chat, let me go ahead and share my screen. So I hope you can all see this. So one of the first resources I have for all of you is that there actually is a Canvas course that you can enroll yourself into. And again, that's in the chat. And it tells you exactly how to get started with Kaltura, how to operate it, how to integrate it into your Canvas courses, as well as some best practices about how to actually, how to best produce quality videos with Canvas, whether it's about audio quality, showmanship, etc. All that information is there for you to go ahead and enroll it, and it's self-paced. You can do it on your own time. Alternatively, I also created a Rise guide that is very mobile friendly. That is basically like a clone of that Canvas course. And the great thing again about this whole Rise guide thing is that it is very mobile friendly. So, it works on all sorts of devices. This kind of gives you an example: tablets, landscape form, mobile, etc. So those links will be there in the chat for you. And I highly encourage you to take a quick look at it. But with the time I have right now, I would like to actually show you a couple of things that I feel is very important to know when first getting started with video using Kaltura in Canvas. And this information, again, is in those resources that I just mentioned, but I really wanted to bring it to your attention since you're all here. So in your Canvas course, as you can see, you have your Kaltura course gallery. And very briefly, you can think of the Kaltura course gallery as kind of a video dump where you can put all the videos that you like, you can make playlists. It's an easy way for your students to find your videos. And it's, on this navigation bar over here that your students be able to see, and they can quickly click this link and find your videos. Now, what is important to know about this media gallery space is that whether it's intentionally or accidentally, your students can actually add media themselves to this Canvas space, or excuse me, this gallery. So let's go ahead and do like a hypothetical scenario on how that may happen. So let's say I'm a student and I'm going to go into my student view. And so I'm a student and I know I have to do a video assignment. And so I find the assignment that I need to do. And I'm going to go ahead and start doing my assignment. And as a student, I'm going to use Kaltura to create my video. So I have this little embedding Kaltura media tool right here in the rich content editor box right above it. And so again, as a student, I'm going to use the nifty Express Capture tool to go ahead and record a little video to submit for my assignment. So I'll go ahead and click record. And just for the sake of it, I'm just going to record just a couple seconds. That's fantastic. I can review my video. I love it. It's going to give me an A. And as a student, I'm going to go ahead and save and embed. And then there's my video. I'm going to go ahead and save it. And the final step as a student, I have to make sure that I submit the video. And there it is. My video is now submitted. So great, my assignment's done. And you know what? As a student, I remember that my professor told me that, hey, if I go over to the Kaltura course gallery, I can watch some review videos to prepare myself for maybe an upcoming exam, what have you. So I'm done with my assignment. I'm going to head over to the Kaltura course gallery. I'm going to log in. And what do I find? I find that my video assignment as a student has now appeared into the media gallery. And you can imagine that could be quite a surprise to a student, seeing how their assignment video is now on full display for everyone. And you can imagine how that might be not exactly what you want, as an instructor, because maybe it has some personal information of the student that they thought was only between you and the professor. And also maybe the fact that now other students can review this video that the student submitted and essentially plagiarize it, right? And, take their ideas and make it to their own. So for many reasons, you want to moderate this behavior, or really you want to prevent it. So what do you do as an instructor? So you go ahead and come up to here. And first of all, I'm going to leave the student view. So now I'll have full instructor view. So again, as an instructor, I also see that, hey, the student video is in my media gallery. This is supposed to be my videos, not, student videos. So this is very important. When you first start up your Canvas course and you begin using video assignments, you want to go into your Kaltura course gallery and then come up to here where it says channel actions. Go ahead and click that, select edit. And now this is important. Over here in the options, you want to prevent students from, again, placing those videos within Canvas, deselect this and make sure that moderate content is selected now. So now display embedded media is turned off and moderate content is on. So I click save and I'll go back to the media gallery. And then now, as you can see, the student embedded video is now gone. And no more of those student embedded videos in video assignments will appear here. And I also told you that students can manually put videos in here as well. So I'll show you how to prevent that. Remember, I also did this option. I turned on moderate content. So that's no longer, it tells you media will not appear in here until you as the manager approves it. So as a student, I'll go ahead and give you another example. Student view, Kaltura course gallery. I'm a student now. I want to add media for whatever reason. Maybe I'm just trying to be funny, and I'll publish a video. And it says it was published successfully. However, now my media will not be listed until a moderator, using the instructor, approves it. So again, I'm going to leave as a student view, go back to look at it as an instructor, my course gallery. And you, as a professor, now see that I have a pending video. It's not approved until I either approve it or reject it. And of course, for the most part, I'm going to go home and reject it. So that's something really quickly I wanted to let you know. And I know I only have a minute, so I really quickly want to show you something else that I think you should be aware of. And that's regarding your video assignments. So when you're creating your video assignments, and I'll go into here and just show you the options for when you edit it and create it. This is very important. Always, 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 for the submission type, always have it as text entry. Why do you want it as text entry and not what you might think as media recordings? It's because with text entry, that's the only way you get this rich content editor box where students can actually select the embed Kaltura media tool. Kaltura is not available unless you select this text entry tool. And for many, many reasons, why you should use Kaltura over using the Canvas third-party option, which is OBS, is because Kaltura has unlimited streaming, or I should say unlimited media storage. If you were to use the other option, which is media recordings, it uses the Canvas-based recording tool. And that means you're using the limited media space that's within Canvas. But when you use Kaltura, you're embedding videos into your Canvas course. It's not technically stored in your Canvas course. It lives on the media space, in the cloud. So you'll never have to worry about having to delete some old videos so you can, make some new ones. Always, always use the text entry tool so you and your students can use the full advantage of Kaltura Media. There are more things to talk about, but again, those links are included in the chat, and I talk more about these kinds of things in those resources. And again, if you have any questions about Kaltura or about how to get started with those introduction videos in that pillar, please contact me or the IDT team. And again, thank you all for your time, and we're here for you. So with that, I'll take it back to Rob Irwin.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Rob Jones. Very good information. And next up, we're going to hear a bit about Flipgrid from Warren Smith and Billy Reddy.
Billy, are you there?
Yes, I'm getting my sound settings set up and clicking share. Yes, so my topic today is Flipgrid. This is also one of the electives that you can add to your course. It's not meant to replace Kaltura. It's just another easy way to share video content. And like Dr. Jones was saying, it's his preferred method. I like it myself, but this is another application that allows you to incorporate video into your course. Let me, I'm going to share my screen real quick, Warren.
Okay.
So this is the landing page for Flipgrid, where you start. If you haven't started an account, you go to info@flipgrid.com and you click the educator sign up, and you make sure you log in with your Palm Beach State credentials. Flipgrid is now part of the Microsoft cloud, so all students and all faculty have direct access to Flipgrid. A fee involved with that. It's free for everyone to use. So I have a 5-minute video explaining the different terms in Flipgrid, what a topic is, what a group, and some of the settings. But I just want to show you them individually. So, and they mentioned about accessibility, ease of use. Dr. Yohe talked about the benefit of every course having a Canvas instance is its 24/7 availability and all of these third-party tools that you can connect to it. So when we talked about the step that Warren will show you is the LTI integration, and any third-party tool to make it behave as a singular piece, that step has to be done because it's two dissimilar things. So the idea of connecting them directly makes it seamless to the student. And he also mentioned about how by doing that step, you will be able to use the built-in speed grader that's inside of Canvas. So you grade everything through one application. And no one has mentioned it yet, but it is a modern LMS. So if I'm still sharing my screen, yes. I would download the application for Canvas, both the student and the teacher application, because you can grade once the LTI integration is done and you're using Flipgrid as an assignment, you can grade it directly on your mobile device. So this is the one what we are testing with, and I have it listed here that pulls up the Speed grader. Kristen took my Flipgrid test, and it shows on my screen that I have one thing to grade, and I can grade it directly on my phone, and it automatically updates on the website. Very cool, modern. Inside our department homepage, I just want to share with you that Kaltura space. Edward showed you the one that is built into Canvas itself. This is the KMS side. That is the front-facing side of anything Kaltura. So if there's like a how-to guide for your course and you want it available outside the course, you can post it to the KMS side. And there's also all of our guides that we've done about Kaltura, Zoom, Flipgrid, and Nearpod are available right here. So if you want to get set up with Flipgrid, I would go to the KMS site and then just go straight to it. So this is a little guide for that, self-paced. And now let me show you just a 5-minute video clip, and then I'll turn it over to Warren. Flipgrid.com. You select the educator login from the top menu right here. Select the Microsoft login and use your full Palm Beach State email address here. And now it's taking you to the authentication page. This is good. And you can hit save if you like. Okay, login successful. Now, if you've just started using Flipgrid, you won't have any groups just yet. It shows all my groups and all of my topics, and you can sort them by just the topic or just the group. And the way we use these is we'll set up a group for each class. And I have some shared with me that's an active class currently. This group is for a chemistry class, and I've been added as a co-pilot. That's kind of a handy feature. You want to share a grid that works for you with another professor in your team, you can do that. And just be aware that if you are a co-pilot, you can actively change anything on the grid just as the owner could. And these are the topics that were selected: meet and greet, discussion board, everyday life. And you see how these have different start and end times, so you can have them turn on and off within the group itself. So multiple topics can be in an individual group. So let's just look at the meet and greet. This is an easy way for your students to get to know each other, whether they're face-to-face or currently all online. So this is the title of the topic, and we'll show you how to create your own topics. And when you create a topic, give it a title, and then this is the prompt. This is like the instructions for this topic for this group. Introduce yourself for the class. Please indicate in the video that has a limit of 2 minutes. That's a variable that you can set yourself. On why you're taking an online class, your major, your interests, etc., and what would you like to learn from this course. She also explains how to complete this lesson. Okay, there's 2 parts to it. Create a post, a 2-minute video of an introduction about yourself highlighting the above question. The second step, reply to at least one of your classmates' postings. The reply posting video should be at least 1 minute in length. And you can see all the different responses from all the different individual students. I like this. This is like the data analytics for this individual question asked on the 28th. 28 responses, almost 3,000 views, 18 comments, and 80 hours of engagement. So we saw a group, a completed group, and some topics that were put in for this chemistry class. So let's see, how do you set one up yourself? All right, let's create our first group. Group name, and we'll say class. Class meeting. And we want to use student email. So we click on that, say next. All right, so when you add your students, you don't want to have to add them individually. We're just going to set it up so anyone with a My Palm Beach State address can use it. So we'll put in @my. And we'll also put in the domain that all of the faculty have. This is a new feature they added. If you want to add a guest, someone not within the college domain, like a guest speaker you want to have speak to the group, you can add them and make a guest password for that. That's like a new feature they've added. This is kind of a time saver where you can duplicate a topic you've used in the past. I'm going to say skip for now because you won't have any just yet. And this is the auto-generated join code below that you can copy, paste, and send an email. There's also a QR code that can be shared. The embed code, you can copy, paste that into the LMS. We'll look at another way that merges Canvas with Flipgrid more directly. Enables you to use the speed grader option, which is kind of handy. And the second half was the integration of the LTI directly. And I could hand that over to Warren to show that. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, if you
Okay.
can, let me share the screen.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay. Something is missing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot, Billy. Everyone's heard a lot today about engagement, particularly using Flipgrid. We know Flipgrid is a video discussion platform. I want to give a shout out to Robin Feeler. She introduced me to Flipgrid about 2 years ago, and it's been a great tool in using it. I use it primarily for introductions, discussion boards, very short messages that I like students to send me for short assignments, and it's worked very well. One of the things I do like about Flipgrid compared to when I was using it, the Blackboard, is I can use SpeedGrader to actually grade my students' video versus in Blackboard, it was a very laborious process, very manually driven because I had to not only look at the grades in Flipgrid and then post them manually into Blackboard. But now with Flipgrid and Canvas, I can do this all in one shot. So let's take a look at this course that I've created, which is my micro test course. And in this case, I'm going to go down to settings. Okay. My apps ledger is already on, tab is on. So in this case, I'm going to type in Flipgrid, and you can see Flipgrid has appeared. Okay, now I'm going to add the app. Now you notice here that you need to add a consumer key and a share secret key. Now, one of the things we are learning that when you do have Flipgrid, you want to make sure that the name of your app that you're adding is going to be the same as your share key. And I'm going to add that right now. And I'm going to call this Econ, okay, my Econ micro test. Okay. Now, in this case, you need a Flipgrid account. So my Flipgrid account is open. Where you see my picture, I'm going to click on that for my profile. And that's going to bring up integrations. And this is how we're going to actually integrate Flipgrid into Canvas. I'm going to add the new, okay, and right here, I'm going to add the same name, which is my Eco Micro, okay, micro test. Okay, and I'm going to create that. Now, you notice here I have my customer key, my share secret. Now, I'm going to have to go back to my add app, and I'm going to add those keys into these spaces right here. I'm going to go back, I'm going to copy my customer key into the consumer key right there. I'm going to paste that. I'm going to go back to my integration, copy my share secret, paste that in my share secret. Now I'm going to add the app. Okay, you see at the top it says the app was added successfully. So that's good. So now I need to go and do an assignment. I'm going to go to my assignments. Okay. And plus assignment. Okay. And right here, I'm going to add the name. In this case, because this is an assignment, I'll just call this my micro introduction. And I can now add the number of points I would like for that assignment. I'll just say 10. It's already in my discussions. Now, in this case, I'm going to go down to, I have to, my submission type. This is an external tool. So I will click on external tool. And now I need to find that external tool. Now, as I scroll down, you can see here. Where is it? Let me go back up. It should be alphabet. Okay, right here. This is in alphabetical order. So, and then I'm going to select. Okay. Now, I'm not going to add this in, but you can add your additional information about your assignment in terms of the available date, when it's due, and so forth. It's very important that you click Save and Publish. If you don't click Save and Publish, your student will not have access to this. Okay. Now, when you first install the integration, you're going to get this dialog box that asks you to connect Flipgrid to Canvas. Click Create, and voila, it's there. Now we're in Flipgrid, and I can actually change my actions here. And what I'm going to do is just put in my information for this right here. I'm going to edit the topic. My micro introductions. I'm just going to paste over that. I'm going to paste in my prompt. Okay. I have up to 1,000 words. I'm going to update. Okay. Now I'm ready to record. So I can record, and I'll just let me show you the student view first of all. We go to the student view. Okay, so this is good. You see the prompt, and now this is the student view. The student can click on record. I'm waiting for it to load. Okay. Okay, what is happening here?
See if you could scroll down with the that middle bar. There you go. Sometimes it doesn't let you see the whole screen.
Okay, there we go. So I'm going to click on here to record, and I'll just say something quickly. This is Professor Smith. I'm introducing myself for this class, and we'll stop it. We'll hit next. It plays back. This is Professor Smith. I'm reducing. And now I'm going to submit. Now it's fanfare. It's good. It's done. And now I'm going to go out of leave the student view. Okay. Now I have right here is the test. So in SpeedGrader, I can click on SpeedGrader. And it's populated. In this case, I can review that. I can give a score. In this case, 5 out of 10. I can make a comment. I can attach a document. I can do a video, a recording back to the student. Now I hit submit. And it's successful. I can go to my grade book. And now in my grade book, you see it here, micro introduction, 5 out of 10. This will bring me back to my SpeedGrader. If I want to go back to my SpeedGrader and some other activities, Now, in this case, what I want to show you, if I wanted to add another assignment, okay? So I'm going to go back in this case to my, I'm going to go back to my course assignments. I'll go back to the courses. I'll do the dashboard, the easier. Okay. And this is the course I'm working out of. Okay. So I'm going to go to the assignment. If I wanted to add another assignment, in this case, I would just click on assignment. And let's say this is my introduction number 2, if you will. And I would do the same thing in terms of points discussion. Now remember, you can only have one Flipgrid per account. So I need to find that initial one that I did. Okay, I should not create a new one. So in this case, this was the eco micro test. I'm going to select that. It says the external tool can't be saved without a URL. Okay, what was that all about? Okay. Save and publish. Okay, so we now see in this case we have our second one. If I was to go back to my assignments, you can see I have my initial introduction, introduction 2, and all of these are within the same Flipgrid because you can only have one key per course. That's it. It's that easy. Everybody knows about Flipgrid. It's a great tool. If you need any additional help, let me know. Thank you.
Don't forget to go into Nearpod and answer your poll. And thank you so much, Warren and Billy.
Yes, thank you both. We have one more tool to show you for engagement and assessment. And some of you got a taste of that already today. We're going to learn a lot more about it. It's Nearpod. So Megan Tomei Jameson and Kristen Lemire, you are up.
All right, thank you for that introduction. And I'm actually going to ask that everyone hop onto Nearpod with me if you could. So I just put the link into the chat right now. So if you can hop on there with me, because I would like to really make this more of a show than a tell so that you can see what this looks like if you want to integrate it into your class. And I'm going to highly recommend that you do that for a lot of reasons, some of which I can actually touch on from the keynote speaker, because there's a lot of those techniques that you can integrate into Nearpod. So hop on now for me. I already see 18 people are there. Thank you so much for hopping on. I'm going to share my screen and wait a little bit till I see some more people on. So again, there's a link in the chat. All you want to do is click on that link. You don't even need the code. It's just a direct link that takes you there. And by the way, this is exactly how I would do this for my students when I run it in my class. I just put the link in the chat, or I'll send it through Remind before class, and they hop on and we get started. So again, if you want to hop onto that link, I see 44 of you are now there. Thank you for hopping on. So this technology is extremely useful. We have seen technologies that allow you to poll students, that allow you to embed questions into videos, that allow for competitive quizzes, that allow for all sorts of different things. Nearpod does it all. So I really like to think of Nearpod as the workhorse of educational technology. It has a lot of different options. It allows you to be really interactive and engaging. And I have used it. I used it pre-pandemic. It has been a lifesaver in the remote environment. And I hear constantly from my students how much they like it. And I can attest to how much It helps me as a professor to respond to my students in real time when they're not understanding something, or I think they get something and they don't, and that we can do additional activities, because I can also do things live in Nearpod if I need to change. All right, I see 53 people are on. You can still hop on if you haven't already, as I'm going through the presentation, but just to be cognizant of time, I'm gonna start talking. So first off, what I wanna do is get to know who I am talking to right now. I would like to know, what do you teach? So are you mostly or all synchronous, meaning live, like what we're doing right now? Are you a mixture? So maybe some online, some live, or are you mostly online at this point? So what you're gonna see in 1 second when I move Nearpod is a poll that's gonna allow you to respond to that. You have already been doing polls if you've been going on to Nearpod. So if you could answer, you will notice on Zoom that I just minimized all the names. So one of the things that was talked about in the keynote is allowing students to respond anonymously, right? To, make them feel comfortable in responding. You can easily do that on Nearpod. You will also notice, as I'm seeing some people respond, more than 50% of you have. Thank you for that. You will also notice that I put the slide up that had the question and then put the poll up. One of the things that they talked about was that silent reflection, which I think is an amazing technique. You could do that in Nearpod, where you just put the slide up, where students can't respond, allow them to just kind of sit there and think about it, and then have everyone respond. So that would be one way of integrating that. So what I'm seeing in the poll so far for people who have responded is most of you have a mixture of synchronous and asynchronous. About 36% of you said that. 23% have now said all or mostly synchronous. And a smaller percentage of you have said that you are all asynchronous. So I'm going to share the results. You can see them on Zoom, but also too, you can use the Nearpod app. A lot of my students really like the app, and so they'll have Zoom up, or they'll just have all Nearpod up on the app. So that's another thing that you can do there. So thank you for that. So regardless of what you teach, you can use Nearpod. Obviously, I'm talking about in-class assessments, but all of this stuff applies to that you can use it as an assessment technique in an online class as well. There's a lot of different ways that you can use it. So now what I want to ask you is, how confident are you that your students are getting it, right? Because we all miss that in-person, face-to-face energy of a classroom. And one of the things that I know that I really miss is the ability to see and kind of like assess how my students are doing. Really quickly, I could kind of look at their faces, or I could feel the energy of the room. It's hard to do that in the remote environment. So what you're seeing right now is a slide that I have up. Here's what's going to happen. The next slide I go to is going to be a draw it slide. This is one of the assessment techniques that you can use in Nearpod. I love it. I use it all the time just to mix things up. So it's not just there like clicking an answer. So what I'm going to ask that you do when I move to that slide is that you circle one of these. So are you very confident? You're the one with the sunglasses. You're confident, right? You got to smile. Maybe you're somewhat confident, or you're not confident. So you will see now that you have that slide up on the bottom right. I believe it's on the right for your end. There should be a pen. Perfect. I already see some people are drawing. Wonderful. And again, I still have the names anonymous. So you can change that. What I sometimes do on Zoom, if I do kind of want to see how my students are doing, is I will pause my Zoom screen. I'll show the names so that I can see them, but my students can. And then I can see how they will respond and answer the question. The Draw It feature is a wonderful feature. There are a lot of uses for it, particularly for STEM faculty. I know Ira Rosenthal mentioned how she uses it in her math classes. I love it just to kind of mix things up. I'll ask students sometimes, how are you feeling today? Like, circle one. So I just know at the beginning to kind of check in with them. So that can be really helpful. What I'm seeing from those who have submitted is a lot of variety. Some people feel confident, but I am seeing more in sort of the middle range. Some people are not confident at all, and I get that. It is tough to be confident in the remote environment. So classroom assessment techniques are very helpful in fixing that confidence level, right? So that I have something in front of me that real quickly can show me that my students are getting it or that they're not. And I want that feedback as an instructor. All right, so I'm seeing a lot of responses. Perfect. Okay, so, oh, and I love someone drew a heart and a little animal. Love that. Okay. Perfect, thank you. All right, I'm gonna move on. So if you didn't get a chance to respond, that is okay, no worries on that. So here's what I'm gonna cover. Real quickly, the what, the why, and the how. So let's jump into the what. For most of you, this is probably obvious, but real quick, just to touch base. What are classroom assessment techniques or CATs? Obviously, we're not talking about the kind that meow. We're talking about non-graded, anonymous in-class activities, or you can also do this in the online environment, but basically a way to get feedback from your students. So to go back to the scenario of Taylor in the keynote speak, right? If Taylor had had some CATs, some classroom assessment techniques in that class before he got to that exam, he would have really quickly recognized that he was not getting it. And the professor would have recognized that as well. And that would have started a really healthy dialogue that we need well before we get to these high stakes exams. So they can be very helpful to do that, and also to improve your teaching, right? So that you are more engaged in the process of teaching your students as to whether they're getting it, whether they're not, where they need more help and where they don't. Now, there are a lot of different ways to do the classroom assessment techniques. I have a couple of resources that I've actually linked into this presentation. I'm going to show you one right now, which is from the University of Kentucky Center of Enhancement for Learning and Teaching. They actually have 50 classroom assessment techniques that I didn't even know about. So I loved this resource. You'll see that you can actually look through it yourself, because one thing that you can do in Nearpod is integrate websites. Not a lot of people know about that feature. Even I've found people who use Nearpod don't know about it. I use this feature to integrate like LibGuides from the library, so I can get all my students real quickly onto a LibGuide. I use this for Google presentations, so you can integrate a website into Nearpod. But these are some of the many ideas for classroom assessment techniques. Obviously, I'm not going to cover 50 techniques in 15 minutes, so don't worry on that one. But this is one resource that if you want to look back at later, you're more than welcome. There is a lot of different ways to approach classroom assessment techniques. So what I would like to hear, because I know there's a lot of amazing knowledge in this room right now, is what are some ways that you check for student understanding in class? So what you're seeing right now on Nearpod is a collaborate board. This is another really, really great tool to actually get students talking. You can give them a prompt that they can respond to, a scenario that you want them to address. You can just even ask for understanding, and let them respond to that. This allows them to both write a response, which I already see 4 people have done. Perfect. And you also, by the way, can share images too. So they could upload an image, which sometimes my students will do as well. If I'll ask them, like right now, how are you understanding the material? They can pick a little picture that demonstrates that. Or if we're doing a discussion, you can use this in an anonymous way if you want more people participating, or you can show student names so other students can see what other people are responding to. What you're seeing up here on my Zoom screen is all the people that are now responding. 20 people have responded. Thank you for that. And what it's going to show me as I pull it up, so you can see this on my screen, are the different responses. You will notice that I have a check and an X. So a check means I approve that response and I will put it on the screen. So this also helps so that you can make sure that you're navigating the content that your students are putting out there. And there are some wonderful ideas, minute papers, exit tickets, matching activity. We're going to be doing that to the person who said it. If I did want to see people's names, I could just down here click show student names. Again, if I do want to check, you know, who's doing well, I can always pause my Zoom screen, put on the names and check them. I can also nix a response. So let's say I wanted to, this response didn't work, I didn't want to post it, or maybe I just wanted to communicate to that student, hey, let's try again. I would just hit exit and it would tell that student that I X that response. And I'll tell students, you know, if I do that, it just means try again. You know, maybe we need to reassess that response or write a little bit more or go back to the prompt. So I'm going to put up some of those responses. What I would love for you to do as you are seeing them, and I see some people did images, wonderful. If there's any that you agree with, oh, I see a cat photo. So someone uses cat. You can like those responses, which wonderful. I'm already seeing some people do. I think that always really helps to establish some community, you know, kind of like upvote if I see a lot of people are giving hearts. And there's a lot of really good ones. Jamboard, I love Jamboard. I actually integrate Jamboard into Nearpod. So that's one of the things I like to do, because sometimes my students would say, hey, I'm going to this and I'm going to this, and it's too many links. I don't want to have all those links. So I use that. So thank you for all of that. A lot of really, really good things in the responses here. All right, so what is Nearpod? I know we've heard a lot about it. So just to touch base on it real quick, you can use it synchronously and asynchronously. You can integrate PowerPoint, Google Slides, web content, virtual reality, and videos, and integrate questions into that. So again, there's so much variety. I'm not going to be able to show all of it today, but it is something to keep in mind. So what I want you to do now, since I've defined classroom assessment techniques, as well as what Nearpod is, do me a favor and match the pictures. For those who are not on Nearpod, I'll show you in a second what the individuals on Nearpod are seeing. But just to kind of show you what the instructor sees, it'll show me how many times someone has tried to match, meaning if they got one wrong or not. And then you'll see once people have finished, if they've gotten them correct, so I can real quickly scroll down. It also helps me too to assess engagement. You know, so if I'm seeing some people are not responding, I might say, okay, just as a reminder, you want to go in, or if I'm seeing a certain student is not responding into questions, I can do that as well. So perfect. I'm seeing a lot of people are finishing up. Again, thank you. So what it's going to look like when you're looking at it, let me just scroll down real quick, is you're going to see the pictures that are coming up. So it's going to show you the two different cards that are going to be matched up. And then it's also going to be showing you the match that it comes with. And oh, there we go. Okay, I was looking for this. So this is what people who were doing the Nearpod activity saw. You can integrate an image or a text and then a definition. In the past, I've done it with theories and giving my students scenarios. So like the halo effect, and then I'll give them a scenario and see if they can match it. And again, of course, I threw in a cat picture. So to the other person who put a cat picture on the Collaborate board, I'm right here with you on that one. Love cat pictures. Whenever I can integrate them, I always will. All right, why use this? Because again, it helps with student progress. And we have seen that a lot in some of the keynote speech. So I'm going to skip over how this does help students. It helps them to understand where they are. It helps us to adjust. Another thing that you can use is just real quick quizzes in Nearpod. So this is another example of that, where you will be able to give a real quick multiple choice quiz. So what I try and do, similar to what the keynote speakers talked about with at certain points having the students do something, how they had the blue boxes for instructions. When I'm creating a presentation in Nearpod, I'll kind of look and see like, okay, I've gone like 5 slides without an activity. I know I need to put in an activity. So another assessment technique that you can use here would of course be a quiz. So this is something that you can utilize just to have them real quickly answer a question. On my end, I'll be able to see how people are doing. So a lot of people right now are getting the questions correct. And obviously I'm also seeing a lot of people aren't answering yet. So again, I can gauge for both engagement and understanding on this one. So that is really helpful. I know a lot of people have not answered the question. I'm actually going to skip because I want to make sure my co-presenter does have time to show a video. So real quickly on how, one of the things that you can do if you're thinking, I can't integrate another technology, that's too much, I don't want to do it. There is what I call lazy Nearpod. Once you create the account to get on Nearpod, you're going to hit quick launch. And then all you have to do is click one of these and it will very quickly create what you need. So you can do an open-ended question. You can do a collaborate board. Again, all you're doing is just typing in the question and hit quick launch and it's up and it's good to go. So your Monday class, if you want to create a question, you can do that and start there and just run it for the class. So these are some things that you can do. The other one is of course creating a presentation. I'm not going to have time to talk about that. So I'm going to pause here to give the rest of the time to my co-presenter. But if you do have additional questions, I'm more than happy to meet one-on-one with anyone who wants to learn how to create a presentation, which is a little bit more complicated, but actually not that difficult. You can do it in a very small amount of time. So thank you so much. And I will let Kristen take it away.
Thank you, Megan. I'm going to quickly just play a very short video that's going to give you an idea of the many ways that you can take your awesome Nearpod lesson and add it into your Canvas course. I hope everyone is excited about Nearpod. I only have a few minutes, so I'm going to give you just a few ideas for how you can include Nearpod in your Canvas course. If you don't have a Nearpod account, you may be wondering how to get one. You can request a Nearpod account by visiting the Instructional Design Technology page on the Palm Beach State website. There's a link to request a Nearpod account in the green menu on the right. The Nearpod account request form is short and simple. The IDT team monitors the form submissions and will create a Nearpod account for you as soon as possible. Keep an eye on your PBSC email for login information. Even if you already have a Nearpod account, fill out the form so you can get access to the Palm Beach State College licensed content. Once you have a Nearpod account, you can create a Nearpod lesson. Once you have your Nearpod lesson and your Canvas course, what's next? There are so many ways to add Nearpod lessons to Canvas. Today we'll give you a brief overview of how you can incorporate Nearpod in the way that works best for your course. What's your flavor? First, you can add a Nearpod lesson right into a Canvas page. That means you can add additional information and learning content. The Nearpod page could act as a knowledge check at the end of a page or as a background probe at the beginning of a page. The benefits of this approach are that your Nearpod lesson can be combined with other lesson content. Students also have a seamless interaction with the Nearpod lesson within your Canvas page. Nearpod lessons can also be added to modules as a standalone item. They function as external links, but students won't have to leave your Canvas course to see them. Benefits of this approach are that Nearpod lessons can be added to a module without interfering with your other content. This is also a great way to provide Nearpod lessons as added practice. You can also add a link to Nearpod in your course navigation settings. This provides students with an easy-to-find link. When using this method, you need to provide students with a lesson join code. This works well for a simple access method when doing live presentations in live online courses. It is also a way to control access to the Nearpod lesson. Students cannot interact with the lesson until they are provided with the code. Okay, there is one last way that you can add Nearpod to your Canvas course, as an assignment. Yes, you can create a Nearpod lesson and add it to Canvas as a graded assignment. You can set all of the options for the assignment in Canvas. As an assignment, your Nearpod lesson must be complete for students to earn credit. It will then get added to the speed grader. In the speed grader, you will see student responses provided by Nearpod. You will be able to add a grade and add comments. Of course, no matter how you choose to integrate Nearpod into your course, we really hope you will give Nearpod a try. We didn't have enough time today to give you step-by-step directions. Please reach out to IDT at itech@palmbeachstate.edu. We can provide you with additional assistance and learning materials.
Okay, so that is a few ways that you can add Nearpod to your Canvas course. We're a little bit over time, but if anybody has a quick question, we'd be happy to answer it.
I do have a question. So I can create my PowerPoint with all the problems and have that PowerPoint running in Nearpod, and then the students will answer the questions I have. I will adapt the PowerPoint slides that have questions, and the students will be able to answer.
Yeah.
I don't have to be jumping from one medium to another.
Nope, all in one. Yeah, you would just upload the PowerPoint to Nearpod. That's actually what I used for today's presentation. I created a PowerPoint presentation, uploaded it into Nearpod, and then when you have quiz questions, you would just put them into Nearpod, and then it would all flow seamlessly.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Just a quick question. Is Nearpod available within Canvas already, or do we have to request the account through this URL that was posted?
Please request the account through the URL that was posted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Kristen. Okay. Last and definitely not least, back to Dr. Yohi.
Thanks, Rob. And if I can share my screen, please. I want more. I don't know about you. You know, I was a fan of Nearpod when it came out. The nice thing about Nearpod, you can save a lesson and share it with a colleague, and then they can change it too. So all these tools are absolutely great. What a great learning platform we're building for our students. I would like to take this time to thank all of our presenters. And I learned something from everyone presenting today. And if I could take at least one thing away from each presentation, today was good. And it was good for me. So thank you for sharing with your colleagues. And again, thanks to the e-learning and instructional design and technology team, and especially Rob Irwin. Rob, you did a great job in organizing today. Dr. Massey and supporting Rob too. I know you guys worked together hard to get this summit together. We plan to chunk the presentations and make them available next week. And so you can go back and watch and share any of these without going through the long Zoom recording today. But I'd like to conclude to share what could be possibilities for the future of Palm Beach State. For those of you that know me, I'm very much excited about collaborating with faculty to really build the future for awesome teaching and learning at Palm Beach State. And we can do that through active participation with the e-learning committee that I'd like to reconstitute for next year. So if you bear with me, I'll get to your questions in the chat, and then we'll have open dialogue here in a few minutes. But it's going to take me just a few minutes to share with you what I call the big board ideas. And so this is not exclusive, but it's something I've been working with the folks that report to me, instructional technology and e-learning. We got together as a team and saying, what are the main issues for us as a college moving forward? I met with other people and groups in the last month or so, refining what's on what I call the big board. So if you hear me talk about the big board, it's these 12 squares that I'm sharing with you today. As I mentioned before, when we first mobilized back in January and February and said, what's our top priority? We said Canvas migration. I think you kind of felt that today. But as we brainstormed other topics and what I've been hearing over the years from faculty at Palm Beach State, can we look into this? Can we do more in this area? What can we do about this? And what I've come to conclude in my long career in education, that traditional college committees don't produce the innovation that an institution usually needs. Traditional committees usually don't produce the innovation that we need in education. So what I'm proposing is a new look and feel and a new approach to the e-learning committee for next year, and I hope you'll get involved. So as we brainstorm these ideas, I want to step through them one by one and give you a flavor of what we're thinking for next year. If you have a big idea that's not represented here that you think is relevant for Palm Beach State, I want to hear from you. So you can post your idea in the chat, send me an email. We're going to have plenty of time when we convene as the e-learning committee to discuss this big board. In fact, next week, I'll be sending out an announcement explaining these 12 issues, and we're going to have the college committee vote on them. And we'll see what comes out strong from the community and what we should focus on first. I don't know if we have the capacity to tackle all 12 of these big issues at the same time. We just might, but that's something that I need your help with. So Canvas for every course, you know, as we set up Canvas and as we get in Canvas, if we need to make global changes to Canvas, I want an action team focused on improving Canvas and how we support people in using it. So each of these squares will be an action team on the e-learning committee. And so what we do for each action team, we're developing what we call compelling questions. What questions do we want to explore as an action team before we come up with a project plan? And so with the folks that I've been working with so far, we created some possible questions for action teams to address for their work. So one of the first things an action team will do is take a look at these questions and change them any way they want to as a team. The action teams are going to have the autonomy to direct their work. We're going to provide a process for you to go through, kind of a little project management, and we'll have facilitators and people to help you. But we really want the members of each action team to give us your ideas and do some research. Ask some really tough questions as we come up with project plans for each of these. So I'm not saying that these should be the questions for your action team. I'm suggesting we wanted to offer a few so people kind of know what we're talking about. So with Canvas for every course, you know, like question number 4, and these are in no particular rank, how can we better support within migration is one of them. And so that gives you an idea of one possible action team we'll have on the e-learning committee next year. Another one has to do with course quality. And so here are some of the compelling questions that we threw up for course quality. Again, if you choose to be on this action team, what we will look for is a project plan to improve the standards, not only how courses are designed, but also delivered at Palm Beach State. We want to hear from you. what those standards should be. And we want a good, thorough review of what we already have and build upon, the good and try to get us to something that everyone agrees on and embraces as we go forward. So course quality is something very, very important to an institution. We're expanding our e-learning offerings rapidly. It's about 1/3 of our course offerings here at the college. And as a result of the pandemic, we know that students are going to have better access to technology and that they'll want more flexibility in the course offerings. And that's why we need your help in helping us, get through this and define what we're doing. We're going to have an action team around emerging technologies. So anytime you have an idea of hardware or software, like I saw this, how can I scale this up and get Canvas or get this from my department or something like that? The emerging technology team will consider that and ask some questions. And because as an individual faculty member, if I saw something that was innovative, it was very difficult for me alone to get that scaled up and used by the college. We want to accelerate that process with this action team. And so here's some possible questions. And again, when we convene these teams, you'll be able to take a look at it. Now, each of these teams are going to be comprised of faculty and staff members from across the college. I would imagine on the emerging technologies team, we'll have somebody like Dr. David Idris in IT on that team, because he's really intimately involved with that. Open educational resources. We're going to have an action team around OERs. How can we accelerate at OERs? And if they come up with a project plan, we want to see it and scale it up. We want to do our research, what colleges across the country are doing well with OER implementation. What can we learn as a college and actually come up with a project plan? Now, each of these action teams will come up with a project plan and budget. And then at the monthly e-learning committee meeting, action teams will present their proposals to the entire committee. So if you're not on an action team, you have a say in every project plan that comes forward to the entire committee. And that's how we're going to strengthen our project plans. And so the next steps would be, there might be something I can take directly to the president's cabinet for approval and get their buy-in. So I want, over time, people at this college to know if things are going to happen, it's with the e-learning committee. And the things that come out of the e-learning committee are going to be well-researched and agreed upon and easy to approve those next steps so we can start implementing more innovative ideas here at the college. Another idea is around course modalities. We've heard a lot about this HighFlex stuff. And Dr. Coleman Farrell and I have been kind of hesitant and rushing in to providing new modalities. We have general agreement at the college that live online should be a permanent modality, and that's something that we've added. But this action team can consider these questions or other questions that they would like to cover. But one question that I have, we have so few hybrid courses at this college. Why is that? What's up with that? Is it the design? Is it the scheduling? Is it lack of support? Is it an outdated modality? Or do we have variations of hybrid courses? This action team will consider those questions and come up with a project plan on what we should do with course modalities moving forward as a college. Now, every learner at the college should have a laptop as a result of CARES funding. If they don't, boy, I'd like to find out why they don't. So even if students need a hotspot, we can provide it to them. And we're working on ways with the school district of Palm Beach County to provide better broadband access to people who need it across the county. But do we lose that momentum after the pandemic? So we're using CARES funding to provide a laptop to every learner. Now, these are decent laptops. They're not Chromebooks by any means, but in the future, I think we should become a laptop college. Maybe it's not possible, but I think it is, and other colleges have done it. So we want to make sure that students get the right type of device for the appropriate program that they're in. So if a student is majoring in cybersecurity or digital animation, they might need a beefed up laptop compared to other majors who just might need a basic laptop for word processing and access. But what are those specs for laptops? How do we maintain this momentum where every learner has access to a laptop? That can really change the learning landscape as we go forward as a college. Micro-credentialing and e-learning. There's a lot going on in the world of education with badges. We have purchased a system at Palm Beach State called Badger. We've had a great task force work on that the last couple of years to select Badger. Now we've got another group talking about how do we implement badging at Palm Beach State, not only for students, but for employees. So one way to look at micro-credentialing is it's a learning recognition platform. So there's a lot of learning that takes place at the college that doesn't end up on a student transcript. So how can we leverage digital badges that can live with students as they graduate from the college, or perhaps maybe we can put it on the student's workday transcript of some level of achievement that they've earned here at the college. So digital badges is a real emerging area in education. Online tutoring. We know that our SLCs probably 100% because of the pandemic. What's going to happen after the pandemic? Are the SLCs going to go back and be primarily face-to-face institutions? Now, the leaders in the SLCs that I visited with says, no, we think we might have more online than face-to-face tutoring in the future. That's an interesting notion, isn't it? What platforms are we using? So e-learning right now has tutor.com. Do we continue with tutor.com or do we do something different? Now, I know the SLCs went with WC Online and Zoom, but e-learning has tutor.com. That can be confusing to a student if we have multiple platforms and multiple ways of getting into virtual tutoring. So that action team is going to come up with a project plan. So we have a good process for online tutoring for all students at the college. Now, I imagine that action team will have Jennifer Johnson, a lot of faculty, staff members, anyone who's interested in that topic can join that action team. Equity. As we learned from our keynote speakers today, equity in education is a big topic right now. You know, community colleges have been really focused on access. Now we're having a focus on completion, and it's completion for all. We have open door access, and few students are completing. That's kind of an empty promise, isn't it? But what about equity when it comes to online learning? Again, we heard a lot of ideas from our keynote speakers, but I think we can do a lot more as a college when it comes to making more inclusive learning environments in the classroom and at the college level. What policies and procedures do we need to take a look at to make sure that what we offer in our flexible formats are equitable and all learners have an opportunity to succeed? So that could be a really fun action group to join. After conferring with some of the faculty members this week, I've changed this square and tested it with other people. There's always this question about how students perform with flexible learning options like online and hybrid versus traditional face-to-face. So this action team, if we decide to mobilize it, we'll kind of look at those gaps and what we can do to bridge those achievement gaps. So there's a lot in the literature on this topic, and I would like to have that action team kind of look at what's happening outside in the greater world what colleges are closing that gap, how are they doing it, and what state. Online student services, I talked to Dr. Verbatis, he loves this idea. What services should we be offering students online? Some people say every service that we offer face-to-face should equally be offered online to students. How do we do that in a uniform way so it makes sense to students? We don't want one department to go out and do their own way of something, and then another department to go out and do another way. That can be really confusing to students. So what can we do to up our game as a college in providing these services to students. So we really meet the students where they are. A lot of our student services have been kind of thrusted in this online environment through the pandemic, and students like it. They like it that they don't have to get childcare or come to campus and try to find a parking spot like they used to in the total face-to-face world. It's quite convenient for them. And what else can we do as a college to up our game there? And then lastly, learning spaces. So technology just isn't about online learning. It's a mixture of online and face-to-face learning, but we still want to honor and look at our physical spaces on campus, our classroom. Many spaces as I walk around our campuses are still kind of that factory model, chairs lined up in rows and whatever. And you know, learning happening in a classroom, I'm seeing, and what I'm hearing what our faculty want to do is more engaging. You want to move that furnishings around. You want different types of learning environments. You don't want that old line them up and stand and deliver type of classroom anymore. Now, you know, nothing's wrong with lecture. We can still honor lecture here. I'm not saying that, but I think if we put our heads together and get the right people around the table, we can come up with a great project plan around learning spaces. So that's an overview of the big board. I know it's a lot to digest on a Friday afternoon, but there's a number of us that have given great thought in where should our college go? What's the direction? What are the big ideas that we need to focus on? So with that, I'm going to monitor the chat room and then kind of open it up for questions and answers. If we have a few minutes together, maybe we can have some dialogue on some of these ideas. Yeah, in the chat room, I said there's a lot of overlap with some of these action teams, you bet. And so one of the things that we'll do is make sure that we can manage that overlap. So if one team is working on an idea, we might connect it with another team. Or we might collapse two of these ideas, one where they join forces in if we think there's too much overlap. Yeah. Yeah, course modalities and learning spaces could have that overlap. Thank you for bringing that up. So I'll send, you know, how do I join?
Someone asked, how do you join one of the action teams that
So
was
the first
mentioned?
step is I'm going to send an announcement next week and have the college community vote on these. They're going to vote up or down, and we're going to see which of these 12 ideas really come to the forefront. Then we'll assess which action teams we're actually going to have. And so at the beginning of next fall, when faculty return, I'll send out an announcement to the entire college community, asking them to join at least one action team. So if you're going to be on the e-learning committee, you're just not going to sit at a meeting idle. You know, you're going to be part of an action team. But I don't want people signing up to too many action teams either. You know what I mean? So we're going to have some time over the summer to figure out how we'll actually organize that. But in the fall, I'll send out that announcement and people can sign up and select what action team they'd like to be on. Any other questions? Do we see, or people, you're free to, if you're able to, unmute your microphones and have a dialogue here.
Someone asked, would these action teams be connected to other committees we already have?
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the College Affordability Task Force to see if we continue with that, for example. That might morph into the OER action team. I'm already having discussions with Dave Weber. How are these teams connected with the strategic plan? And we've got strategy teams too. And so we're making that connections with other things, the college. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, anyone employed at Palm Beach State can join any action team. And I'm going to ask managers, please allow staff members that normally don't participate in college committees to join, give them that time. I would imagine a lot of the action teams might be virtual. I would think so. We can get that work done. So I think that'll be pretty productive too. So I want you to choose which action team you're really interested in to get involved. And I think if we get a lot of people enthusiastic about one topic, we can get a lot of work done. And so with that, if we don't have any more questions or comments, thank you. And I have gotten emails from faculty. I want to belong to the e-learning committee already. And so once we get that set up, we'll make sure that you know and you have that opportunity to do so. One of the things action teams will do is when they get together, they'll say, who's missing? Do we need to invite somebody here? Because we want to make sure that, the people that can help implement this idea are at the table. So Rob, is there anything we needed to wrap up our day? I think we're here, aren't we?
I think we've about covered it all. We've got a lot to think about this weekend. Thank you to everybody, presenters, Mary Massey, IDT team, Dr. Yohi. My list could be like an Academy Award thing here. Thank everybody, right? So it takes a village. Yeah. Thanks to everybody here. This has been a great exchange of knowledge.
With that, we stand adjourned. Thank you again. Take care.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Dr. Yohi.